Hey Paradox, hey Banana, how are y'all doing? Doing good? Nice. I need to put my glasses on. Doing good, chilling. Nice. Good to hear. Yeah. I made the mistake of eating spicy food before stream, so I'll probably be clearing my throat for the first little bit of stream. I suppose we should reconvene the trial of Solomon Starbuck or something.
Objection!
Your Honor? Could you please come out from under your bench? There are no more bombs, I promise. Oh, yes, my apologies. I'm still a little jumpy when it comes to trials involving bombs. I mean, first the courtroom exploded. And then Mr. Tonate self-destructed. I guess that's one way of describing what happened to Tonate. Sorry, give me a sec. Chat, please help me to remember to hydrate. I guess that's one way of describing what happened to Tonate. Anyway, it seems that Mr. Justice was seriously wounded by Mr. Tonate's actions. Oh, you, Mr. Wright, will be taking up the defense. You have an understanding of what has happened in the trial so far? Yes, Your Honor. The defense is ready. But Maddie is not. Maddie ate spicy food and then dry-ass sugar cookies. Hey Maggie, how are you doing? Very well. Is the prosecution also ready? Doing alright? Nice. I take it you'd like me to give the opening statement this time. Just finished being in VR. Nice.
Looks like the judge has become a pretty good mind reader.
Well, he's certainly seen more than his fair share of colorful prosecutors. Because I don't know why, but I've been craving like those sugar cookies that everyone like remembers from their childhood, the Loft House cookies. I've been craving them lately, and like they dry my mouth out super bad, but like, man, sometimes you just get cravings for random food that isn't even that good. You could say he's something of a veteran of sorts. Let's see. In the previous part of this trial, we learned that the victim, Clay Terran, escaped from Launchpad 1 carrying the defendant, Solomon Starbuck. Never had them before, mainly because you're not American. Yeah, that's fair. They're mostly an American thing from what I've heard. There were explosions on the second floor of the Space Center and on the rocket itself. The two astronauts used the Launchpad 1 corridor to reach the boarding lounge. And how could the victim climb down the ladder if he was carrying the defendant? That was the mystery that needed to be solved. But Mr. Justice proved that the victim was killed in the boarding lounge. Prosecutor Blackwell, were you able to discover any new facts related to this point? Upon further investigation, we discovered an oxygen tank fragment in the lounge. Surprisingly, it would appear that Justice Dono's argument was correct.
So that means the testimonies of the first two people on the scene are suspect.
There were two people who yeah, that was Apollo's voice. I was like, wait a sec. I autopiloted into that and I was like, wait a sec. Is that Apollo's or Phoenix's voice? That was Apollo's voice. There were two people who claimed to be the first on the scene. But can we truly trust their statements?
Let's see. The two people were Detective Candace Arm and Yuri Cosmos, right? You think that one of them might have given a false statement to the police?
Yes, it's certainly possible. We might have to do a little more digging. Also, Maggie, these games are like right up your alley. They've got absolutely horrible pun names and we love them. Such as Candace Arm, the bomb specialist. Just as our team was about to cross-examine Detective Arm, a courtroom bombing incident occurred, and the trial was put on hold. That accursed fellow. He killed my witness. He killed Detective Arm.
He definitely put the kibosh on anyone asking her what she saw.
Exactly. Totally not falling asleep already. Honestly, I don't blame you. It's 2:30 a.m. where we're at. In other words, the question of who killed the victim in the boarding lounge has once again become the main focus of this trial. It's obvious Prosecutor Blackwell still thinks it was... That was Apollo's voice. It's obvious Prosecutor Blackwell still thinks it was Mr. Starbuck. Had a screen attached to your eyes since 10 p.m. Honestly, fair, yeah. VR is very tiring. That's why I don't really do VR too much. Like, I have to rearrange shit to be able to do VR, and it just wears me out really, really bad. Fulbright said that Blackwell has a thing against the astronaut. Nevertheless, the defense argues there was a third person in the lounge, and that's who killed the victim.
Objection!
Huh. To make such reckless claims in a courtroom takes a bold man or a stupid one. VR streamers are built differently. Yeah, I have a friend who does mostly VR streams, and like, man, I don't know how she does it. There was no third person in the boarding lounge. Or have you gone dotty already, old man?
Objection!
We'll see who's the dotard after I trounce you with my years of experience, little boy. In any case, Mr. Starbuck claims he saw someone leaving the lounge. How old is Blackwell, actually? He's like 20-something, right? 28. Wait, does that mean that... I think Phoenix Wright is 33 in this game. Does that mean that Simon and Phoenix are only 5 years apart? Furthermore, a Space Center employee also saw a suspicious figure at the scene. I saw a third person. Huh. I see my sister has been running her mouth. That's right. I almost forgot that Aura is Prosecutor Blackwell's sister. No matter. She didn't see this mystery person's face clearly. Therefore, there is no evidence to indicate that this person was not the defendant. I guess the possibility that the figure was Mr. Starbuck is still there. In brief, we need to determine if a third person was there or not. To this end, we should hear the testimony of one of the first people on the scene.
Director Cosmos, huh?
My upper pitch voices might be a little bit off for the first little bit of stream. Very well. Bailiff, please bring the witness to the stand. He brought his Segway to the stand. Why, I believe I've seen you before in the newspapers. Of course you have. Of course you have. For I am Yuri Cosmos, director of the Cosmos Space Center, which was of course named after me, Yuri Cosmos. Don't you have anything you wish to ask me?
Looks like he's all geared up to do some bragging.
7 years ago. Okay, so there's a game that a couple of my friends picked up while it was still good. That's kind of like Space Tarkov. That's called Marauders. That apparently has gone significantly downhill lately. But the opening line of that, whenever you boot the game, is just for 70 years, and it's just like it just became a meme of us throwing the phrase for 70 years at each other. "7 years ago, I successfully launched the Hat One, and Miss Marauders." Yeah, it seemed like a fun game, but like I never grabbed it because it's not really the type of game that I play. It's the same with Helldivers. I never grabbed Helldivers, and I've heard that Helldivers has been going downhill ever since the whole Sony thing. Not that it's like, you know, doing bad. It's just, you know, people are more upset with it than they were. Everyone already knows how brilliant you are. Even I am trying to hold back my tears at seeing such a great man standing before me. So could you please proceed directly to your important testimony? I see this fine young lad has proper appreciation of greatness. Then allow me to begin my epical? I think that's how that's pronounced. Epical testimony that will be recorded in the annals of history.
That speech of Prosecutor Blackwell just now, it sounded more to me like he was poking fun at Director Cosmos.
And it's probably for the best that it sailed right over the director's head. Now then, Director Cosmos, the condensed version of your illustrious testimony, please. Yeah. Okay. I'm sure that it's happened multiple times for 14, because apparently basically every single job in 14 has had some sort of huge overhaul. But like, 14 is one of the few games where I'm like, please don't change shit unnecessarily. I really like this game. I hate... One of the big things that I really don't like is when... I really hate when, like, live service game devs, like, make a game and, you know, players find the meta for the game, and the game devs are like, no, bad, and just destroy the meta. Like, I hate when game devs see, like, one thing being really strong as a bad thing, because if anything, what it should be is it should be, oh, this thing is really strong, let's bring everything else up to par with it. That's, like, I hate when things get nerfed into the pavement, because it's one of those things where it's like, you should only nerf as your absolute last, like, line of defense. Buffs are better than nerfs in every single circumstance. And it frustrates me when devs see something and they're just like, oh, no, you're not allowed to have fun. Hey, Squiggles, how are you doing? Now then, Director Cosmos, the condensed version of your illustrious testimony, please. Detective Arm and I rushed towards the boarding lounge together. We went via the control room and peeked in from there to see what was going on inside. We saw a figure standing in the middle of the lounge and Taryn lying on the floor. I hate to say it, but I can only imagine the standing figure must have been Starbuck. Yeah. Okay. That one especially frustrates me. Like, nerfs should not happen, period, in a single player game. I know that technically speaking, the Souls games are not purely single player, but 99% of people play them single player. This is why you prefer going outside and having fun. I see. In your testimony, you claim you arrived on the scene after the two had escaped from the launch pad to the lounge, and just after the victim had been killed. Oh, the horror, the humanity. But what I said is what I saw, and what I saw is what I said. Wow. My brain, like, slowed to a halt seeing the word courageous. Courageous action to take in the face of such terrifying explosions, wouldn't you say? To save my men, I went personally into the epicenter of danger, risking my own life for theirs.
Well, what do you know? It sounds like the director really cares about his men.
Yeah. Well, it sounds more like he was scared and just had a peek from far away. Guns ready to cross-examine the witness. Yes, Your Honor. Director Cosmos' testimony is pretty vague. I'm gonna have to press him and draw out more information before I do anything else. Detective Arm and I rushed toward the boarding lounge together.
Hold it!
Where were you coming from? The 6th floor. We were making sure any stragglers made their way to the 4th floor. It was then we heard about Starbuck and Taryn, and hurried to the 3rd floor lounge. On my galactic scooter here, of course. Why do you keep calling it galactic? Does it have something to do with space? Of course. It's specifically designed to be used on galactic battleships. I see. And I take it works in 0G2? Sadly, no. With the current state of technology as it is, I'm afraid it would just float about and be galactically useless. Well, that's a galactic bummer. I see. You rushed to the boarding lounge on your space-age pogo stick. And when you got to the scene, what did you see? We went via the control room. Peeked in from there to see what was going on inside.
Hold it!
Let's see. According to this diagram, you didn't have to go through the control room to get to boarding lounge 1. It looks like you could have gone there from the southern corridor as well. Yes, but in her haste, Detective Arm rushed ahead of me toward the control room. All I could do was merely follow behind her. Yeah. I see. So we peeked into the boarding lounge from the control room door, and we saw a figure standing in the middle of the lounge, and Taryn lying on the floor.
Hold it!
So you couldn't see who that figure was clearly, or what they were doing? Sadly, the only thing I could tell was that it was a person, standing motionless. The defendant, no doubt, staring aghast at his deed. What other explanation is there? So close, but without evidence I can't prove that person's the third party. I don't relish in this, and I hate to say it, but I can only imagine the standing figure must have been Starbuck.
Hold it!
Aura Blackquill also saw a suspicious figure in the lounge, but she gave the statement that it was too dark to see the person's face clearly. Did you see this figure's face clearly? No, not clearly. The lighter they were holding illuminated the area around their feet at the time. But other than that, I could see little else. That's why I could see Taryn, but I couldn't see who the other person was. So for all you know, it might not have been Mr. Starbuck. Isn't that correct? I would like to believe that. Starbuck isn't the type of man who's capable of murder.
Objection!
When the witness entered the boarding lounge, there was no third person there. Isn't that correct? Great Space Center Director. Great Space Center Detector. Detect this space station. Yes, that's right. Only Starbuck and Taryn were there by that time. After we peeked in, the lounge suddenly went dark and the figure vanished. You mean they disappeared? That's odd.
Objection!
The reason the figure appeared to vanish, because it was the defendant. When the witnesses weren't looking, he fell to the floor and feigned unconsciousness.
Hold it!
Hold on. Director Cosmos, did you ever take your eyes off the scene? Just for a brief instant. About as long as it takes for a shooting star to go by. If you took your eyes off the scene, then this third person could have escaped during that time. But what escape route could this person have used? The direction opposite the control room, the southern door to the elevators. There's no security lock on that door, so it would have been possible to escape that way.
Objection!
All things are possible, right, Donna? The real question is, Do you have any proof?
Well,
If we're just talking possibilities, we can each profess what we like or what we'd like. An inmate who used to be a university professor and lunar researcher used to say. There's a kingdom of little green men who live under the surface of the moon. As long as they don't punish us in the name of said moon for what we've done to it. But I say, where's your proof that this quaint kingdom exists?
he's calling your theory a work of fiction, boss.
And he's right. I don't have any proof yet. Still. The southern door was a possible escape route. I'd better make a mental note of that. Oh. Thank you, Saribot. Director Cosmos, may I ask you a question? Yes. Why did you look away from the boarding lounge? Ha 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 ha. There's actually another tale of bravery behind the answer to that. It was when Detective Arm saw the figure and raised her gun. Being a great humanitarian and protector of mankind, I tried to stop her. What? You're saying Detective Arm raised her gun as soon as she saw the figure? I imagine her instincts as a detective told her they were the killer. I don't know about that. And were you able to prevent Detective Arm from firing her gun? I'm afraid I was too late. I was unable to stop her. Identified herself clearly, and then fired 2 warning shots at the shadowy figure. This information about Detective Arm's actions sounds critically important. Please add it to your testimony. Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots at the figure.
Hold it!
And neither of these 2 shots hit the culprit. That is correct. The detective appears to have missed on purpose. But did she really? There's something about this that bothers me. So Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots, did she? That's the first time that info has come out. I wonder if I can find any inconsistencies. Detective Arm and I rushed toward the boarding lounge together. Oh wait, whoops. Well, autopilot. Time for a confidence save. I would assume it's this because only 1 bullet hole was found.
Objection!
Are you sure you were really paying attention to what Detective Arm was doing? You doubt my words? Words that will someday be written down in history books. Somehow, I don't think those exact words will ever be written down in any history books. Mr. Wright, could you please explain yourself so that we can all understand? You say that Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots, and yet only 1 bullet hole was ever found at the scene. What? Only 1 bullet hole means the gun was only fired once. And yet Director Cosmos is saying that Detective Arm fired 2 shots. No editor would allow such a glaring contradiction into a history book.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, the witness's words are true. We confirmed that 2 shots were fired from Detective Arm's gun.
Objection!
But there was only 1 bullet hole at the scene. Where did the other bullet hole vanish to? Ah! Bird up. You should know the answer to that already. I should? During the previous trial, a certain oxygen tank was presented as evidence. We've already discussed that it was ruptured in the lounge, have we not? Well, it appears that the thing that ruptured it was a bullet. A bullet that was found near the tank, to be precise. This bullet that was fired from a .38 caliber gun. The same caliber as the detective's gun. What? The rifling marks also match up. There's no question that the bullet was fired from Detective Arm's gun. Rifling marks? They're like a gun's fingerprints on a bullet, correct? He said the thing! And examining the rifling marks on a bullet can tell us the gun it was fired from. Thank you for the hydrate, banana. One of the bullets the detective fired found its way into the holographic image display. The other bullet came to a stop near the victim's oxygen tank. The evidence confirms the director's statement that the detective fired 2 shots. My beautiful contradiction. Gone. All gone.
So that bullet was from a .38 caliber, huh? I'd better update the record.
Very good. Now we know the fate of both the shots Detective Arm fired. Mr. Wright, does that clear up all your questions? Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots. One hit the holographic display, and the other hit the oxygen tank. That really clear up everything about what happened at the scene? No. We found another bullet that was a .10 caliber. No, Your Honor, it doesn't. Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots from a .38 caliber gun. But that doesn't explain the existence of a certain piece of evidence found at the scene. A piece that points to the existence of a third person. Oh? Very well, but it won't do to keep us waiting, Mr. Wright. What piece of evidence suggests the possibility of a third person at the scene?
Take that!
And what is this metal pellet supposed to be? Just a little something of great importance we found at the crime scene, Your Honor. You found it where? In a floor gutter at the crime scene. It looks like the police and prosecution both missed it. Furthermore, this is a .10 caliber bullet, making it much smaller than one of Detective Arm's .38 calibers. Then that means... Exactly. One or more person must have been there in the lounge. So wait, how are caliber, like, how do you measure the caliber of a bullet? It's like based on diameter of the bullet, right? And it's like measured in like parts of a millimeter or some shit. Or in millimeters. Exactly. One more person must have been there in the lounge. A third person who had a gun that could fire 10 caliber bullets. Ugh. Yuri Cosmos is so short. And if that's true, it explains why Detective Arm fired warning shots. The third person fired at Detective Arm and Director Cosmos with their gun. And in return, the detective fired her warning shots. Diameter of the casing, so a 10 caliber bullet would be 10 millimeters in diameter. Okay, so I'm just double checking. Diameter is when you draw a straight line directly across the middle of a circle, right? Because it's radius is half, diameter is the full thing, and circumference is the circle of the circle. Isn't that how it really went down, Director Cosmos? Looks like you've deduced my miraculous tale of survival. Yes, you're absolutely correct. Mystery person fired upon us. What's this now? What? Never breathed a word of any of this to me before. Well, all great men have a secret or two, don't you know? Foolish old geezer. So Director Cosmos really has been hiding the presence of a third person all along. Director Cosmos, I want you to testify to the court about what you really saw. You may be a very great man, but in my courtroom, you're just another witness. You won't receive special treatment here. Now please give us accurate testimony. Detective Arm and I rushed to the control room together. In the lounge, I saw a figure standing in the middle of the room and tearing on the floor. We were still in the control room at the east when the figure fired at us. Given that there was no third person in the lounge when the witness entered it, does this mean the person who fired the gun had to have been the defendant? Not necessarily. It's still possible that it was someone else. Most likely, as soon as Detective Arm and Director Cosmos discovered this person, they escaped through the southern door, the one that didn't have a security lock.
Objection!
Double-edged swords are a tricky lot. Mishandle one and it's you who's cut down. Huh? Your reasoning could apply if Spaceboy were the killer as well. Think about it. After being discovered, he could have fired the 10 caliber gun. Detective Arm would have responded by firing 2 warning shots. All he had to do was feign unconsciousness to invent the possibility of a third person.
Objection!
Then where's the gun? Yeah, exactly. But Mr. Starbuck didn't have a gun in his possession when he was found by police. Nor has a gun been found at the crime scene. Its absence can only be explained if there was a third party who took it with them.
Objection!
Recall the existence of a trash chute in the boarding lounge. The defendant could have simply thrown the gun down the chute from all the way across the room.
Objection!
But you can't deny the possibility of a third person leaving with the weapon.
Objection!
It's up to you to prove that possibility. And I trust you haven't forgotten my little piece of decisive evidence. What evidence? Why, the detonator switch that was found in Mr. Starbuck's pocket, naturally. The most compelling evidence of all that tells us he is the culprit. Ah! I did forget all about that. Look, your baldness. How deliciously obvious it is that they lack they lack the evidence to rival mine.
Wow, he sliced our third-person theory to ribbons and served it to us just like that. But at least I can speak a full sentence without tripping over it, unlike Blackquill.
Yes, well, I have a question of my own, actually. That bullet that the mysterious figure shot, what did it hit exactly? It hit me. That mean you're a ghost? I was wondering when you would realize at your baldness. Director Cosmos is an authentic, bona fide ghost. Can even pass through walls. Ah!
Prosecutor Blackquill, shame on you for teasing the nice old gentleman.
Your baldness. It was all in jest. Please show yourself again. Are you sure? In that case, how did you manage to survive being shot, Director Cosmos? Ha 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 ha! I'm glad you asked. It was a miracle. A miracle befitting a great history-making figure such as myself. The bullet hit my glorious Medal of Honor, whereby it ricocheted, thus saving my life. What? That's unbelievable.
I have to check this out. Oh, wow. Look at that. There's one extra Galaxia star.
Odds are literally astronomical. Guess it really was a miracle.
It's beginning to really feel like the Cosmos is watching out for Director Cosmos.
But why did you conceal this information, Director Cosmos? A great man such as myself has to hide things on occasion, no matter how much it hurts. It is the plight of the truly great. It may be hard for this generation to understand.
I don't know, but it sounds fishy to me. What else is he hiding?
Let's just cross-examine him and see what we can find out. Now then, Mr. Hyde, your cross-examination, please. Did I get that as evidence? I did not. Detective Arm and I rushed to the control room together.
Hold it!
We've already heard all about that part. Don't you have any new information? Well, let me see. If you have an hour or two, I can tell you all about the Hat 1 miracle.
Hold it!
We already know all about that too. Tell us about something related to this incident. I see. You want to know about incidents. Well then, let me tell you about the many incidents that made me the man I am today. Yes, if you have time, I'll tell you all about the upbringing of this great man.
Hold it!
You've told us all about that already as well. What we need now is your testimony. Did I really tell you all about my upbringing? I don't recall doing so. Director Cosmos, perhaps you could save your boastful tales for later. If I must. Well, we peeked in through the control room door, and... Yuri Cosmos took at least one level in Bard. In the lounge, we saw a figure standing in the middle of the room, and a Terran on the floor.
Hold it!
But it was so dark you couldn't see this figure's face, isn't that right? Yes, the room was as deep and as dark as outer space itself. Speaking of outer space, during the Had One launch 7 years ago, it's about the Hat One miracle again. You can sod off and tell it to a stray mutt. Ha 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 ha! Excellent idea. No reason why the animal world shouldn't hear of my greatness. So they shall. But first, your testimony. What happened next? We're still in the control room to the east when the figure fired at us.
Hold it!
So in other words, you were fired at while you were in the control room door. That is correct. There's something not quite right about that. Director Cosmos, the bullet this person fired hit you, isn't that right? Yes, it was a miracle. A miracle befitting a great history-making figure such as myself. The figure fired hit me while I was in the control room. As the Cosmos would have it, the bullet bounced off my glorious Medal of Honor. In that case, the bullet should have wound up somewhere in the control room, or around the control room door.
Okay, so Director Cosmos was in the control room to the east.
And while he was there, he was shot at someone with a 10 caliber gun.
But the bullet hit his metal, so he was able to escape with his life. He's a very lucky man. No wonder people think he's great.
Hey, I'm pretty lucky myself, so if he's a great man, then I'm king of all the cosmos. Is that a motherfucking Katamari Damacy reference? Wait. Okay, I might be wrong, but isn't your heart, like, isn't that metal, like, right over the spot that Director Cosmos's heart would be? Did the person who tried to shoot him go directly for trying to shoot Cosmos in the heart?
Objection!
Director Cosmos, I believe you're telling this court a glorious lie. Great man like me tell a lie? Have you ever heard of such a thing in all of history? My accusation is based on the positions of the people who were in the lounge. According to your testimony, you and Detective Arm were near the control room door, and the mystery figure was standing in the middle of the boarding lounge. If, as you say, the figure fired a gun at you from this position, then the bullet would have traveled in this direction. However, we found the 10 caliber bullet here. Oh. That was the judge voice, whoops. This trajectory and where the bullet was actually found contradict each other. Director Cosmos, where were you really at when you were being shot at? Ah! Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the human merry-go-round.
Objection!
Don't tell me you've forgotten already. Didn't the witness himself just tell you? The bullet hit his metal. Of this, there's no mistake.
Objection!
But in that case, the bullet should have been found near the east side of the room. Are you trying to tell me that you can explain this inconsistency? Of course. I didn't think so. What? Oh, great Director Cosmos. Yes? There's something you'd like me to expound upon? You were in fact not in the control room to the east, were you? You were looking into the lounge from the door to the south. Is that not right? Ah! What are you getting at? Use your own brain. Your head must have some other use than housing that bird's nest. Bird's nest? Why does everyone pick up my hair? Director Cosmos and the detective witnessed the scene from the southern door. The killer fired at them, and that's why the bullet was found in the south. Ah, that makes some sense, actually. Also, the witness being at the southern door is rather favorable for the prosecution. Huh? I've got a bad feeling about this. How about it, Director? If you don't tell the truth this time. Yikes! His handcuffs! You'll become but rust upon my sword. I relish the chance to cut down a great man. Alright, I'll tell the truth. Just put your sword away. You're correct. I, the great Yuri Cosmos. Looking into the room from the southern door. What? That's the complete opposite of all of the testimony he's given so far. And now you've lost your possibility that a third person was in the room. I have? How? Yeah, it is a very meta line, isn't it? Honestly, despite the fact that Blackwell is basically a weeb, like, he's got some pretty good lines. Like, it's one of those weird things where it's like, I'm conflicted because he's a weeb, so he's not cool, but he's also so cool. The director and the detective, detective were near the southern door. Blackwell is a weeb that moonlights as a writer? Absolutely. Meaning the killer couldn't have escaped through there. The western door required a print recognition. The corridor beyond was filled with smoke. The only escape route left was the eastern control room door. And the only way to get through there was with Director Cosmos's fingerprints. In short, there would be no escape for any third person had there been one. My third person just disappeared. Like in one of Trucy's magic tricks. Order! Order in the court! Director Cosmos, why did you tell such an outrageous lie? You were covering for the defendant. Isn't that right? Yes. It was all for the love of my men. If I said I was in the eastern control room, it would mean the culprit could have escaped through the southern door. Do you think... I say this as someone with a lot of love for Fix-It-Fix, but like, do you think Blackwell writes Fix-It-Fix? Like, he has to, right? Because he's so critical of like everything. He definitely would be like, I can do this better than you can, writer. Meant that there could have been a third person. All I wanted to do was protect Starbuck. I said I was in the control room to invent an escape route for a third person. What a convoluted lie. Is he really covering for the defendant? Fix it fit. Or, not fit, fic. As in, like, a fix-it fanfic. Fanfiction. It's a term used for when... Basically what I'm doing with my Fire Emblem Awakening script. But, it's basically the, I'm going to take this story and write it better than the writer did sort of deal. It looks like we've come to a conclusion. The defense's argument, the possibility of a third person has crumbled.
No.
Huh. It's over. Yikes. Judge is about to hand down his verdict. Think, Phoenix, think. This is the perfect time to try and turn my thinking around. Third person had no way of escaping the scene. Yeah, he'd be like, that line wasn't heartfelt enough. It must be sadder. What if one of the people at the scene was this third person? Wait, what if the whole premise is all wrong? Director Cosmos said that he and Detective Arm rushed to the scene together. But what if that premise isn't true? What if one of them reached the scene before the other one? And if that person entered the lounge, then they would be the third person. Defendant is the only one who could have killed the victim and shot at the director. There doesn't appear to be any room for argument against these claims. I will now render my verdict.
Objection!
Please wait, Your Honor. There's still one possibility. Oh, it better be good, Mr. Wright. There's one and only one person who could have escaped from the scene. And that person would be the first person who arrived on the scene. Then, upon entering the boarding lounge, the second person to arrive came via the southern door. That's why the first person fled from the room, using an escape route that was accessible only to them. Very well, let's hear more about this theory. Yeah. Who is this one person who could have escaped from the boarding lounge? Are we going with Yuri Cosmos? Or are we going with Candace Arm? Because technically speaking, if Yuri Cosmos made it there first, Yuri Cosmos could have opened either of the doors.
Take that!
What? But that's... Mr. Wright, what are you claiming here? Of all the people who were at the scene, only the witness could have escaped. The director is the only one with the authority to open the control room door, after all. But that means... Exactly. The true identity of the third person is our current witness, Director Yuri Cosmos. Ah! What?
What?
I gotta say, warming up my voice a little bit before stream, like, I can go into Athena's voice significantly easier than I usually can at the start of streams. I know that it's been an hour, but... Order in the court. Order in the court, I say. Mr. Wright, you explain yourself in more detail. I assert that Director Cosmos arrived at the scene before Detective Arm and entered the boarding lounge alone. Detective Arm arrived after that and saw a suspicious figure who was actually Director Cosmos standing in the lounge. And that's why she fired those 2 warning shots. Ah! I've been hit on the starboard side.
Captain Wright, it's a direct hit on the enemy's ship, sir. A magnificent shot.
Warning shots fired from the enemy ship. At intercept. Cosmos, you've told a lie in this court once again. I've been hit on port side. The enemy's called in reinforcements. Earth to Cosmos Control Center, requesting permission to ask that you return to reality. My ship will not go down to anything less than the ultimate weapon of evidence.
Objection!
But I do have evidence. In fact, you could say that your battleship bears its scar. Ugh. If Director Cosmos is the 3rd person or a Blackwell saw, this 3rd person fired at Detective Arm and Director Cosmos with their gun. And in return, the detective fired her warning shots. Isn't that how it really went down, Director Cosmos? Looks like you've deduced my miraculous tale of survival. Yes, you're absolutely correct. Mystery person fired upon us. Director Cosmos must have been the one who fired the 10 caliber gun. When Detective Arm discovered him in the lounge, it only makes sense that he would have turned and shot at her. Therefore, the evidence on the director's body is of a different kind of relevance than before. Hey, Aprak, how are you doing? Once we compare it against another piece of evidence, the mark that you received from the 3rd party will be all the proof we need to prove that you were the one there in the lounge. Brace for further impact. Comparison against this piece of evidence will prove that you are the one in the lounge. One of these bullets.
Take that!
The 38 caliber bullet found on the floor at the scene didn't hit the oxygen tank. It hit Director Cosmos's metal. If we have that ricochet mark on the metal analyzed, I'm sure the caliber will match up. And if that mark proves to be from a 38 caliber bullet. Just finished 5 hours of getting tattooed. Ooh. I've never like messed around with getting a tattoo, but like that seems like it would be really painful. Especially, well, depending on where you're getting it, I guess, because I've heard that like some places for tattoos aren't too bad and some places are really bad for tattoos. It'll prove that you're the 3rd person we've been looking for. Ah! We're just destroyed. Losing altitude. All hands abandon ship. That's true, then what about the bullet that hit the oxygen tank? It was the 10 caliber bullet. In other words, it was the bullet fired by Yuri Cosmos. Isn't that right, Director? No, you've got it all wrong. What? The engines have started again? It's a miracle. I'm not going down yet. It's mostly spots that are like really thin, like where your skin is very thin, that I've heard that are like really bad for tattoos. Witness, stop this at once and confess the truth. If you don't want the history books to say that a great man was a great liar,
then accept your fate and tell the truth.
You're giving me orders? Me, the great director of the Cosmos Space Center? Ah, but the cosmos revolves around me! Ah! Someone get me off this thing! Some of it was pretty bad. I've heard that shoulder blades can also be really bad, like pain-wise. Order! Order in the court! And will someone please stop the witness from spinning? Ew. Thank goodness we were able to stop him from spinning off the face of the earth. While he was twirling, I took the liberty of running an analysis on the mark on the metal. It was made by a .38 caliber bullet, matching it with the size of Detective Arm's firearm. Ah! Are you ready to confess the truth, witness? No, you've got it all wrong. It's just a misunderstanding.
Is he gonna start piling on more lies?
Looks like it. But no matter how many lies he tells, I'll just expose them one by one. I'll make that big liar tell the truth. Director Cosmos, a new possibility has been presented by the defense. They're claiming that you are this third person. Forgive me, I'm so sorry. Great pioneer of space development is revealed to be just another fabulous cur. I only have one question for the likes of you. Shall I send you off quickly or very quickly? Ah! The evidence doesn't lie, Director Cosmos, so don't try to talk your way out of this. I'm doing alright. We vibe. Fine, I'll tell the truth. It's all just as you say, Mr. Wright. It's true that I was there in the boarding lounge. I got there before Detective Arm, and when she arrived, she fired warning shots at me. I was afraid people would mistake me for the killer, so I escaped to the control room. Then went past the elevators and all the way around to the boarding lounge 1 again. Came up behind a Detective Arm and pretended to be the second one on the scene. What a troublesome old man you are, with such convoluted deeds and thoughts. I see. Then, are you still insisting that you did not kill the victim? Of course I am. When I arrived at the lounge alone, I saw the true killer. The great Yuri Cosmos was a history-making witness.
Hold it!
Now hold on just one moment. We just proved a few minutes ago that the third person that Mr. Starbuck and Miss Aura Blackwell saw was you. No, it wasn't me. I saw the person as well. If I were the killer, why would I lie to cover for Starbuck? I would just leave him to take the fall.
That is an excellent point.
All I wanted to do was protect Starbuck. I said I was in the control room to invent an escape route for a third person.
Well, it makes some sense if he told those lies to cover for Mr. Starbuck.
Still, a lie's a lie, Athena.
So Director Cosmos claims he's not the culprit, but where's the proof?
I just remembered. I have an alibi. Miss Blackwell said she saw the killer at 10 a.m., correct? Yes. And? Well, I was on the 4th floor, helping with the evacuation of it. Ask any member of the staff you'd like. They'll corroborate me. The director is not fibbing to the court for once. I confirm that he has an alibi for the time specified. Hey Marcus, how are you doing? I might be going... It feels like it's been a bit. How have you been? Time is an illusion, so it might not have been as long as I think it has been, but it feels like it's been a bit since you've been here. So you're claiming that Miss Blackwell saw the killer commit the crime, or crime first at 10 a.m. And that you arrived at the lounge after that. Yes. I believe the person I saw is the same person that Miss Blackwell saw. Although it was pitch black, so it was more like, more of a shadowy figure and less of a person. You hear when I started the third case? Third case is in Turnabout Academy, or third case is in Turnabout Reclaimed, because we did Reclaimed as our technical third case. Because it happens between cases 2 and 3. I couldn't actually see their face. It was definitely the silhouette of an Earthling. Academy.
As long as he has an alibi, we can't very well claim Director Cosmos was the killer.
No, we can't. Then again, maybe we don't need to yet. I wonder if he was really covering for Mr. Starbuck. Your Honor, the defense moves to have the director testify about the person he saw. Very well. Director Cosmos, your testimony, please. I tried to enter the lounge. The true killer inside fired a gun at me. I had to avoid getting shot. But when I tried to get another look, they had vanished into thin air. I was near the elevator side door and, well, launchpad 1 door. The control room door shouldn't have been, should have been shut tight to the killer. So you were shot at by the killer as well, and then they disappeared? Yes. Luckily, no harm can come to my glorious body. Unfortunately, the bullet hit Terran's oxygen tank. I know because I heard a pang. It must have been the sound of the tank being ruptured.
Wait, but I thought the bullet hit his metal.
That was Detective Arm's bullet, remember?
Right. What a mess this is turning into. So, let's see. Director Cosmos is claiming that when she found Mr. Terran and his killer, the culprit shot a 10 caliber bullet at him.
Right, but it actually hit Mr. Terran's oxygen tank and ruptured it.
And then the killer disappeared, and the director went into the boarding lounge. When Detective Arm caught up and fired those warning shots at him, judging by his metal, it looks like one of them almost took him out too.
Good summary, but that doesn't explain where our mystery killer went. Director Cosmos, I was wondering if you could elaborate on when the figure disappeared. I'm ashamed to admit I tried to hide myself when I was shot at, but when I peeped back into the lounge, the real killer was gone. I rushed into the lounge straight away to investigate. But what I found was Terran with a knife in his chest and Starbuck out cold on the floor. We have a culprit who vanished from a scene that had no escape route. Vanished without a trace. It's truly like one of the great mysteries of the cosmos.
Silence.
Huh. A riddle of the ages indeed. But I'd rather know. Though a fibbing leech such as you can be lauded as great. A great man is always misunderstood in his own time. But he must remain true to himself, even if those around him don't understand. Wow, that might be the first statement the first true statement he said all day. But how do you suppose this person managed to vanish so suddenly? Simple. Because it was Space Boy himself. When he was spotted by the director and Aura, He quickly feigned unconsciousness. That would certainly take all the mystery out of this idea of a vanishing culprit. I want to raise an objection, but I don't have any counter evidence. Director Cosmos, when you saw this person, did you also see Mr. Starbuck on the floor? No, because it was as dark as a black hole in there. I didn't see Starbuck until the other person vanished and I entered the room. That wasn't exactly helpful. I'm prepared to accept your surrender, right, Dono? I can't find any holes in this testimony, but I can't give up.
Mr. Wright, why don't you let me help?
Huh?
While the director was giving his testimony, I detected a cacophony of discord.
Which means he's hiding his true feelings from us, huh? This just might help us find out what happened to our vanished killer. That'd be great, Athena. Let's see what you can do with him.
You got it, boss. I wouldn't want to miss this chance to delve into a great mind. Yuri Cosmos, prepare to hand over the secrets of your heart to me.
As I tried to enter the lounge, the true killer inside fired a gun at me. I had to avoid getting shot. But when I tried to get another look, it vanished into thin air. I was near the elevator side door. And well, the launchpad 1 door. And the control room door should have been shut tight to the killer. Okay, so I think it's supposed to be surprise here, because he's not surprised that the killer vanished.
Got it.
You must have thought it was very strange that the killer vanished into thin air. I did. That kind of thing just doesn't happen usually. And yet, at that time, you barely registered any shock at the occurrence. What? Why are you... Ugh. I can only think of one reason as to why you weren't surprised by the killer's vanishing act. You must have had a good idea where they went, isn't that right? What? No, of course not. That's preposterous. Only I can enter the control room. And the area beyond the launchpad door was filled with smoke, making it impassable. And as for the southern door, I was standing right there. There was nowhere for the killer to run to. Maybe, or maybe not. You went into the room to check on Mr. Starbuck and Mr. Terran, yes? What if the culprit took that opportunity to gently slip out through the southern door? I highly doubt it. As you recall, right after I entered the lounge, Detective Arm came rushing toward it herself via the southern hallway. Anyone trying to escape through there would have been caught by her. And yet the director wasn't surprised the killer vanished. So you're absolutely sure there was no escape route for the culprit to use. Ugh.
It's working, boss. One more punch and it'll be a knockout. There seems to be one more emotion that's at odds with his testimony. Go get him.
Okay, back in the Matrix it is. Time to pinpoint our way to victory. To avoid getting shot. See, See, the being scared here makes sense to me, but I'm not sure if this is what I'm supposed to put out. Because this makes sense to me in that, like... This makes sense to me specifically because it's like, oh, you know, the rocket just blew up. But...
Got it.
Oh, no. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you seem to be afraid of the launchpad door. Afraid, Yuri Cosmos? Afraid? And what basis do you have for that outlandish accusation? Whether I have any basis or not, you seem quite distressed by it. I'm most certainly not. Director Cosmos, there's something about the launchpad door that you're not telling us, isn't there?
Wow, he's speechless. Looks like you hit the nail on the head, boss. I'll just input those 2 pieces of data, and... Yep, just what I wanted to see. Presto changeo, less Discord. It looks like we're on the right track.
Thanks, Athena. Now to make sense of what we've learned. Director Cosmos wasn't surprised that the culprit suddenly vanished from the lounge. Which points to the possibility that he knew where the killer had escaped to. Furthermore, talking about the door to the launchpad made him uneasy. In other words, he's probably hiding something about the Launchpad 1 door. When we put these 2 pieces together, only one solution to this puzzle comes to mind. Director Cosmos, did the real killer escape through here?
Take that.
The culprit went through the Launchpad 1 door to escape, didn't they? Yes. I mean, no. Disaster to starboard. Going to crash into an asteroid. Master Tactician, you are not.
But the area beyond that door was filled with smoke, wasn't it?
True. But this is still the only logical answer there is. If we can just figure out what the director's hiding about the Launchpad 1 door, we should be able to iron out the logical inconsistencies. That door requires fingerprint recognition. Only Starbuck, Terran, and I have access. I don't see how the killer could have opened the security lock, do you? That's an easy one. The killer was right there in the boarding lounge, meaning there's a way he could have easily gotten past that security lock. Come to think of it, we did examine the prints on the fingerprint recognition device. I propose that the killer used this person's fingerprints to get past the security lock. I don't remember whose... I think the prints were Starbucks, if I'm not mistaken, but...
Take that.
That's... Mr. Starbuck was lying unconscious there in the boarding lounge. Anybody could have easily gotten past the security lock by using Mr. Starbuck's prints. And actually, Mr. Starbuck's prints are exactly what we found on the device's screen. Ugh! Looks like he does have something to hide about the Launchpad 1 door. And I'm betting it's got something to do with the culprit's escape route. But I don't have enough information to see the whole picture yet. You know, something just occurred to me. Would you like to hear it? Huh? Oh, yes, by all means. There's a security camera in boarding lounge 1. Right, the one that recorded the victim and the defendant. Right, the one that recorded the victim and the defendant. What about it, Your Honor? The culprit escaped into the Launchpad 1 corridor. That might be recorded on the security footage as well. And the mystery would be solved. What do you think of my logic? I hope you didn't strain your faculties too much for that, your baldness. I beg your pardon? Look, if we play the security footage beyond this point... Oh my, the footage cuts off. The camera was running on backup power, but apparently the power cables were damaged. Wait. Wow, that is one hell of a coincidence if that's actually what it is. Because we found the 10 caliber bullet buried in a whole bunch of cables. Most likely by the after effects of the explosion. There's no footage after this, be it of criminals or space aliens. And I thought it was such a good idea too. Huh. Just because your grandchild is watching from the gallery, it doesn't mean you should try to show off too much. Grandpa Baldness. Prosecutor Blackwell! How did you know about my grandchild?
I think his grandchild just learned a little about the harshness of the adult world.
Setting aside the issue of grandchildren, I'd like to have the witness continue. Director Cosmos, could you tell us more about when you entered the lounge? If I must... I had to avoid getting shot. After the killer vanished, I went into the lounge. But that's when Detective Arm appeared from the elevator side door. And then the detective shot at me. See, the killer could have only escaped to the launch pad, right?
Got it!
Director Cosmos, why were you so surprised when Detective Arm found you, and again when she fired? Isn't that a bit unnatural? Sadly, even great men such as myself have ordinary human feelings. Our bodies are bound by the forces of gravity and emotions. A great man such as myself experiences surprise on occasion. Yes, I'm sure you do. My real point is not the fact that you were surprised, but rather what you were surprised by. Pardon me. First, you were surprised when Detective Arm found you in the lounge. Real quick, I'm gonna hit you with a quick BRB. I will be back in a bit. Will I be rotated? Surprisingly, no. And just after that, you were of course again surprised when she shot at you. But considering what you were surprised about, a strange phenomenon occurs here. Director Cosmos, what is strange about your surprised reaction is the fact that you were... Sure, you were surprised when Detective Arm shot at you, but the surprise you felt when she found you in the lounge was much greater. The fact that you were more surprised by simply being found than being shot at suggests to me that you were conflicted about whatever it was you were doing there. The enemy has acquired a new weapon. Its operation hide under your desk. Please tell me I finally sunk his battleship. Nope.
Boss, I'm getting less Discord now. That must mean... he really is hiding something about that launchpad door.
And whatever he's hiding most likely has something to do with the killer's escape.
I wonder what it could be.
He was doing something suspicious around that door. Maybe we can spot some change between before he came to the room and after.
Detective Fulbright gave us a photo taken after the crime. Let's run a comparison. Let's see. This is footage of the door before Director Cosmos arrived. And this is how the door looked after the director entered the lounge.
Hey, look at that. There is a change. Something's definitely different. Director Cosmos. What is it? What have you two been up to over there? Finding the answer to what you were doing when Detective Arm found you, that's what. And that answer lies clearly in this footage. All we have to do is compare it to the photo that was taken during the investigation. Don't be ridiculous. If you really do have an answer, you'd have pointed it out already. He's asking for it. This is what changed directly after the incident.
Take that!
I believe the answer is this. How exactly did that change? Such a futuristic building. It wouldn't be surprising if something like that could change.
I think it would be pretty surprising.
I guess you're right. After all this time, your claim is what's surprising to me, Mr. Wright. Penalty. Director Space Case won't fess up to anything without proof of what he did in that room. He's asking for it. This is what changed directly after the incident. Oh, I was just... okay. That's rude. That's rude on the game's part because the display is off on this. But the actual thing that they're talking about is the valve here, because the valve is turned upright in the other picture.
Take that!
The answer is this knob. Ugh. That's... Your Honor, please take a look at this footage. Let's see. Take a look at the knob next to the launchpad door. As you can see, it's horizontal. Yes, it is, isn't it? However, when we investigated the scene of the crime yesterday, the knob was vertical. And what does that mean? It means that sometime before the director arrived and after, someone turned this knob. Ugh. After the scene was discovered, you were the only one who could have turned the knob. Come on now, Director Cosmos. Let's hear what you have to say. What were you trying to do by turning that knob by the door? Ugh. I admit it. You're right. I did turn that knob. That knob is a safety lock meant to keep the launchpad in place. was afraid there would be more explosions. So I wanted to move the launch pad away. Wanted to do what?
Hey, didn't Punko tell us something about how they prepare for launch? She said that once the launch pad's fully assembled, it's moved to the launch site. But the safety lock in the boarding lounge has to be disengaged first.
Guess that clears up what the knob is for.
Oh, so if the killer escaped into the Launchpad 1 corridor, maybe they were transported along with the launch pad to the launch site?
I don't think so. The Launchpad 1 corridor was filled with smoke. I don't think they could have escaped through that corridor.
So then, where did the killer escape to?
I guess there's still some things we have to uncover. Director Cosmos, I request that you tell us about moving the launch pad in more detail. Fine. Listen carefully. I'm about to give a history-making testimony. Had no choice but to disengage the safety lock. I feared there might be more explosions. I had to cut the launch pad loose. Really, the only escape the killer had was through Launchpad 1. But that area was a sea of smoke. Confound it. Where on earth could they have gone?
Got it!
I had no choice but to disengage the safety lock. You make it sound like you were reluctant to do so. And yet when you did it, you felt some joy, as if you were very pleased with yourself. Ugh. How do you do it? How do you know everything as if you were there?
Pretty impressive, isn't it? This is the power of analytical psychology.
So, care to explain why you felt joy when you disengaged the safety lock? When I think back on the facts we've discovered up to this point, I have to believe that you are trying to fulfill some hidden agenda. Ugh. How do you know about that, too? Because I'm more or less a pro at guessing. You have no proof that I had a hidden agenda. Even if I did, I would never ever tell you, so there! I know they say people regress as they grow older, but you, sir, take the cake. How could you doubt a man with such great intensity, intelligence, and integrity?
Silence!
You, a man of integrity. Don't make me laugh. Prosecutor Blackwell? What came over him all of a sudden? You have spouted nothing but falsities since you stepped up to the stand. You're not the kind of man that will be glorified in the annals of history. Not for greatness, anyway. Unless you consider greatest barefaced liar an honor. Liar? His words bite harder than his blade. You moved Launchpad 1 after the explosions. My, how naive you are. You fail to realize how even the facts themselves have betrayed you. No, just a thought, but modern English can be your friend. Here's a thought for you. Immediately following the bombing, Launchpad 1 was on the boarding lounge 1 side. Police confirmed this on the scene. What? Liar!
So that means the director didn't move the launch pad.
Curse my judgment for calling history's greatest liar to the witness stand. Let us leave him to indulge in his lies and war games to his heart's content. Liar!
Objection!
But it doesn't make sense. You can't deny that someone turned that knob. And once the safety lock was released, I'm sure the pad must have went somewhere. If we chase down the truth of this issue, we might just find where the killer escaped to. Ah! You're sure it must have went somewhere? We just might find out? Your arguments are nothing but conjecture, bluffing, and wishful thinking. Stop chasing your fantasies and see reality for what it really is. Or are you not man enough to, boy? Ah!
Talk about hitting below the belt.
Youngins these days. I don't understand it. I'm sure Director Cosmos must have moved the launch pad. The knob was definitely turned after he came to the lounge. But the launch pad is right where it was supposed to be. Wait a minute. Maybe I have it all backwards. What if the director turned the knob not to move the launch pad away, but to bring it back to where it was supposed to be? What are you blathering about? What if the launch pad was at the launch site before the incident? And then after the incident, Director Cosmos moved it back to its usual spot. All he had to do was turn the knob to call the launch pad back. And it would be right where the police found it. Ah! His hair.
You made him sigh like Mr. Starbuck.
Was what I said really that off base? Pains me to have to explain how wrong your own logic is to you. However, our great liar turned the knob only after he discovered the crime scene. Indeed, the pad existed beyond the lounge when our Astro Wonders made their escape. Fact that has been recorded for posterity on filmless film. Oh, right. So to reiterate, stop chasing your fantasies and see reality for what it really is, boy. Ah!
Get a grip, Mr. Wright, and focus. We know that the launch pad must have been moved.
Our deductions and the actual facts of the case are in direct contradiction to each other. Sorry, give me a sec. Hey Mario, how are you doing?
Well, maybe the two astronauts never actually boarded the rocket. This footage could be fake, taken with body doubles after the incident or something.
You just woke up?
On second thought, that's too far-fetched, even for me.
never actually boarded the rocket. Hey, wait a minute. Maybe, just maybe.
Huh?
Prosecutor Blackwell, what if I told you that the two astronauts never set foot inside the launch pad area, but instead went to another place? And what if when the director moved the launch pad 1 back, it wasn't from the launch site, but from another place? What would you say then? Cut the existential bull, or I'll cut you. Mr. Wright, you'll explain yourself at once. I know I'm right. It was all the other way around from the beginning. Very well, Your Honor. Let me explain. Director Cosmos' reason for moving Launchpad 1 was to switch it. Because he wanted to switch it with some other place. I'm sorry, but did you say switch it? What could he possibly have switched the Launchpad with? Oh, you'd be surprised, Your Honor. All it takes is a little thinking outside the box, and the answer becomes clear as day. This is what was switched with Launchpad 1.
Take that!
Launchpad 1 was switched with the Space Museum. In the past, the Space Museum used to be Launchpad 2. It has all the same features as Launchpad 1, and can even be moved to the launch site. Meaning the Space Museum and Launchpad 1 can also be switched with each other. You can't mean... The rocket the astronauts boarded was not the one in Launchpad 1. It was the one in the Space Museum. What? Balderdash! And yet, it's the only explanation that accounts for every riddle and inconsistency. This is how the Space Center was just before the incident. I see Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum have already switched places. That's right. And with the two switched like this, the astronauts entered the Space Museum from Boarding Lounge 1. This is Ace Attorney. This allowed the true killer to enter Launchpad 1 from the Boarding Lounge 2 and set the bomb on the rocket.
Come to think of it, the door to the Space Museum from Boarding Lounge 2. Welcome, welcome. The Space Museum is open to the public every day of the year from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m.
What is this case? We're dealing with a murder that happened at a space station, or not a space station, at a like when a rocket was supposed to launch. This is a turnabout, or the cosmic turnabout, I think is what it's called. Exactly. Anyone could pass through the door to the Space Museum. There's no fingerprint recognition on that door. In other words, with the two launch pads switched like that, someone other than Mr. Starbuck could have easily planted that bomb. Ugh. After setting the bomb on the rocket, the culprit snuck into Boarding Lounge 1 and waited there, concealed, in order to kill Mr. Terran when the two astronauts emerged from the Space Museum. Recall that Miss Blackwell, Mr. Starbuck, and the director all saw a suspicious figure, who we can suppose after killing Mr. Terran, murder at NASA more or less, made their escape into the Space Museum. After that, Director Cosmos switched the two launch pads back, without realizing the killer was inside the Space Museum. The killer then left the Space Museum and made a clean getaway. Ah! Right, Donald. I see you know how to handle a sword and handle it well. That's what Edgeworth told me last night. Perhaps I should call you Swordmaster Bluff. I'm a seasoned warrior who's cut down many a prosecutor.
Silence.
But unless you can prove your theory, it's no better than a rusty sword. That's right. With no proof, I switched the launch pads. Somebody needs a better anger management counselor.
If the launch pads really were switched, there might be a record of it somewhere.
At this point, Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum were switched with each other.
So the corridor beyond the door should be the one that belongs to the Space Museum.
Wow, why did that pop to Athena for a split second and then move on?
Let's see. This is an image of the Launchpad 1 corridor. Do you see anything different when we compare it to the security footage?
Huh? That number on the floor. Well, what do you know? It looks like we have proof after all, Prosecutor Blackwell. And if this is just another bluff. Oh, don't worry. It's all right here. Right in this footage. Proof that beyond this door is the corridor to the Space Museum. Very well then. Answer this for me if you would. What in this footage proves that the corridor belongs to the Space Museum? You didn't really have to point that out to me, game, but okay. There's a 1 on the floor of Launchpad 1 corridor. But take a look at the floor of the corridor in the security footage. You see the number on the floor behind the astronauts? It doesn't look like a 1, does it? That's because what you see is actually part of a 2. What? Why is it a 2 and not a 1? That's because the corridor you see is the one to the Space Museum. Ugh. Ugh.
And so that means the corridor in this footage was not filled with smoke.
That's right, because the explosion didn't occur in the Space Museum. The explosion occurred at Launchpad 1 on the side opposite the Space Museum. And now that we know that the 2 astronauts escaped from the Space Museum, the mystery from the previous trial of how they got down the ladder is cleared up. Mr. Terran, carrying Mr. Starbuck, simply took the elevator from the upper level down to the middle level. Just incredible. 2 launch pads were actually switched. But you'd think someone would have noticed an event of this magnitude. Everyone was down in the basement shelter when the launch pads were swapped back. There's no way anyone could have known what was happening on the surface. This is Dual Destinies, which is Ace Attorney 5. Ugh. Ah. Okay then, why were you lying to us, Yuri? No more lies, Director Cosmos. Is it on the 3DS? Yes, it is on the 3DS. It's also available with the Ace Attorney trilogy on modern systems as well, the Apollo Justice trilogy. We're playing this on the Apollo Justice release. I do have the 3DS versions of the 3DS games, and there's one that hasn't been ported off of 3DS, so we'll play that one eventually, but no more lies, Director Cosmos. It's high time. You told us the truth. Ah! My honor, my glory, everything is slipping away. Galactic engine ignition. What? It's gone haywire. Ah! It won't stop. My stars. My glory. Ah! Oh, not that way. Ah! Bailiff, on your student after that witness. I see we managed to retrieve you before you came to any bodily harm. Director Cosmos, do you admit you switched the launch pads? I admit it's true. I switched the Launchpad 1 for the Space Museum. Ah, it's good to hear words I can believe for a change. Before you do, Your Honor, 2 things. First, we don't know if Mr. Terran had prior knowledge of the switch. As for Mr. Starbuck, he was unaware of his surroundings thanks to his medication. Either way, Mr. Terran would have realized the instant he stepped into the Space Museum that it had been switched with Launchpad 1. So my first question is, if the Space Museum was perfectly fine, why did Mr. Terran feel the need to put on such a dramatic display? As for my second question, I'd like Director Cosmos to tell us why he switched the 2 launch pads to begin with. Please, I can't. I exercise my right to remain silent. But I will say, my hands were tied. I was only doing what I could to keep my men from getting caught in that blast.
The director is terrified. He must have had one heck of a reason for not wanting to explain why.
Probably not a good time to pry it out of him, huh? Excuse me. Would you mind if I picked up my stars? Without my badge of rank, I'm nothing. I don't see why not. Bailiff, help the director retrieve his stars. It appears the possibility of a culprit other than the defendant has presented itself. Mr. Starbuck, is there anything you wish to say? I don't get it. Don't get it? What don't you get? Director, why did you do all that? From the very beginning, you never meant for the launch to go ahead, did you? You tricked us! Mr. Starbuck. Starbuck, my boy, I'm sorry. I can't tell you the reason why. But I had to do it to protect the Space Center. Director, will I ever get the chance to go into space again? Yes, of course. I won't rest until it happens. I will get you into space again, my boy. Then the dream is still alive.
Silence.
You're not going into space, Starbuck. But prison. I won't have it any other way. Why are you so hung up on him? Yes, I accept that the launch pads really were switched. And if there were a third person at the scene, I suppose they could have escaped. But I have yet to see proof that this third person's escape, or proof of this third person's escape, via the Space Museum. Oh, that's a good point. He's right. I don't have any proof. Starbuck, you will spill everything you know. What? Me? Where did you get those bombs? Tell me now. If you don't, my blade shall feast on your blood. I'm going to die. I want to die in space. I have to do something. Solomon Starbuck, prepare yourself. Now, you know violence isn't the answer, Prosecutor Blackwell. Ugh. That annoyingly cheerful laugh can be none other than... Champion of Righteousness, Bobby Fulbright here. In justice we trust. Detective Fulbright. Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Lawyer. I hope I'm not too late. I don't believe we had an appointment. I tried to hurry, but I ended up helping a little old lady cross the street. And then I had to break up a catfight. I tell you, justice sure is a full-time job. Is it a fight between cats, or... Why are you here again? Because the defendant isn't the culprit, and I came to make sure that justice is served. I don't have any idea what you're talking about. Fulbright. I always thought you were a bit touched in the head. Oh, whoops. But have you finally succumbed? Nope, but it looks like you've succumbed to this phantom of yours. Open your eyes and let the evidence of justice uncloud your judgment. What evidence?
Come to think of it, he did say something about finding us some evidence.
Thanks to you two, I feel a lot better now that I've been able to get out of my chest. I'm going to work extra hard to find that perfect piece of evidence for you.
I didn't think he was serious, though.
So what is it, Detective? Is it something that will prove Mr. Starbuck innocent? It is indeed. Have a look at this. What's this? A lighter. That's right. A lighter thought to have been used by the culprit, no less. The Space Museum's cleaning robot picked it up. It has the victim Clay Terran's blood, along with his killer's footprint or fingerprints on it. Footprints, yes. What? Ugh. Order! Detective Fulbright, can I assume that the fingerprints don't belong to the defendant? You bet! Mr. Starbuck is totally innocent. This is it. This is just what I needed. I have a bad feeling about this. Whose fingerprints are these gonna be? Your Honor, this is decisive evidence that supports the defense's earlier claim. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. With pleasure, Your Honor. Recall where this lighter was found. Based on that, we can extrapolate that after the killer murdered Mr. Terran, they escaped with the lighter in hand into the Space Museum, where they dropped it. The switching of the two launch pads occurred. Then finally, the killer left through boarding lounge 2 and made their escape. Meanwhile, Mr. Starbuck was found in boarding lounge 1 after the murder. A fact that Director Cosmos has testified to. Therefore, Mr. Starbuck couldn't possibly have been the one to drop the lighter there.
Silence.
But the defendant had free reign of the area until Director Cosmos appeared. Could he not have dropped the lighter in the Space Museum during that span of time?
Objection!
You'd like that to be true, wouldn't you? But Director Cosmos testified that right after he saw the mysterious figure with the lighter, he went into the lounge and found the unconscious Mr. Starbuck. In other words, Mr. Starbuck wouldn't have had time to double back to the museum. No, Prosecutor Blackwell, this lighter could have only been dropped by the real killer. Ugh. Most importantly, Mr. Starbuck's fingerprints were nowhere to be found on this lighter. I think you understand what this means, don't you? This piece of evidence unequivocally proves that Mr. Starbuck wasn't the culprit. Ugh. This does indeed appear to be the decisive evidence that proves the defense's claims. As for the remote switch that was found in Mr. Starbuck's pocket, we can assume it was planted by the killer on the unconscious Mr. Starbuck. No, there must be some mistake. Frankly, Prosecutor Blackwell, I've been worried about you. You've been chasing this phantom for 7 whole years. I understand your urgency because tomorrow...
Silence!
Fulbright, you promised to never speak of that. Huh? Tomorrow? What about tomorrow? Given the body of evidence, I think it's safe to say the defendant is innocent. In light of the fact that it was impossible for him to have committed the crime. A few unanswered questions remain, so I look forward to seeing what you two uncover. But for now, this court finds the defendant, Solomon Starbuck, not guilty. We're not gonna find out whose fingerprints are on the lighter.
Yes, we did it, Mr. Wright.
Looks like we pulled it off somehow, huh? With some help from Detective Fulbright. Mr. Wright, Miss Sykes, thank you. And please thank Apollo for me, too. You're all the best.
Oh, I wish we could tell Apollo about Mr. Starbuck's verdict right now.
Yeah, me too. That's going to have to wait. Now that a verdict has been reached, I'd like to bring today's trial to a close. Court is adjourned.
Objection!
It's too late to object, isn't it? It simply isn't possible. Something's wrong. Prosecutor Blackwell, are you dissatisfied with the verdict? Fulbright, what were the results of the fingerprint analysis for the lighter? Huh? The results? Well, I was in a hurry, you see, and then there was that catfight, and well, I kinda got carried away when I heard the prints weren't Mr. Starbuck's, so you have yet to read it. Prosecutor Blackwell, can you read out who the prints belong to? Upon thorough analysis, the fingerprints were found to belong to Athena Sykes. So says the report. What? What? Huh?
Me?
I knew this wasn't gonna be so simple. Order, I say, order! Miss Sykes, tell me you have an explanation for this. Just finished proving this lighter could only belong to the killer. Finding your prints on it can only lead us to one grave conclusion.
I don't know how they got on there, but I know I'm not the culprit.
This can't be happening. We built up our argument piece by piece, and I don't think any of our reasoning was faulty. So how could it have led to this? What have I done? Please forgive me. I'm sorry. Order, order. Detective Fulbright, stop your crying. What in the world is happening here? It's like the world's gone mad. Order, order. I will have order. Confusion spiraled into utter chaos. After all we'd fought for, the truth had turned cruelly on us to accuse Athena of the crimes. Somewhere, somehow, everything had gone terribly wrong. We'd stumbled over the edge of reason and into the jaws of a twisted darkness. No one can escape their past. The sins we've committed, the sadness we've caused. No matter how far we run, our past remains, as ever-present as the moon in the sky. It looms in wait for the next day when we're forced to face it. But only in doing so can we truly make peace and move on in hope toward tomorrow. They took Athena from the courtroom, straight to the station. She's probably being questioned at this very moment. After this past year, I took it for granted that those two would always be here. But now Apollo's gone off on his own to seek out his own truth. My pursuit of the truth only ended up with Athena becoming the new suspect. Some boss I turned out to be.
It's even quieter in here than usual.
Yeah. Seems so empty, too.
I just don't get it, Daddy. All of your reasoning during the trial seemed perfectly solid.
Yeah. I still believe it was. At least based on what we know.
But now, Athena's the one who's being accused.
During the trial for the bombing and murder that occurred at the Cosmos Space Center, The lighter used by the real culprit was found. This lighter proved the defendant, Solomon Starbuck, innocent. But Athena's prints were found on it instead. And she was subsequently arrested for the murder.
But Athena couldn't have done it. It just doesn't make any sense.
No, none of it does. I've been racking my brain, but I just can't figure it out. Ugh, where's the flaw in my reasoning? What have I got wrong in this case?
You know, Daddy, if Athena was here, she wouldn't just be sitting around thinking. She'd be out there doing something. You are going to defend Athena, right, Daddy?
Of course I will. And thanks, Trucy. I needed that push. Trucy's right. The trial's tomorrow, and there's no time to waste. If I'm going to prove Athena's innocence, I'd better get out there and find some evidence.
Off we go, then. We're gonna hunt for evidence that'll prove Athena's innocence.
Great, but before we go, I'd better tidy up the evidence I have on hand. Athena's probably still in the middle of being questioned. So Trucy's right. Thing to start with is talking to the people at the Space Center. The child. Director Cosmos, do you have a minute? Yeah, it's his daughter. Ugh. Galactic Scooter, full speed ahead. Director! Scooted away.
His expression changed the instant he saw you, Daddy.
Yeah, well, I dragged his name through the mud pretty good in the trial earlier today. Technically speaking, that's a headcanon, because Edgeworth... like, strictly in terms of canon, like, Edgeworth and Phoenix are just really good friends, but, like, you know, they fucking. You were here only yesterday. Oh, hey! Mr. Starbuck, you've been released, huh? Yep, and I came straight here. This is all thanks to you and your team, Mr. Wright. You've given me a second chance to fly into space again. Can't thank you enough. Except... What's wrong? Thought he'd be happy to be acquitted. As I was coming out of the detention center, I saw Miss Sykes. He saw Athena? I was at a loss for words. I didn't know what to say to the poor girl. And you know what? She flashed a peace sign at me. Congratulations on your acquittal, she said. Now you can go back into space someday. Yeah, that sounds like Athena. I can just picture it. Yeah, she knows that she was adopted because she knew her her biological dad. Saw her eyes. They were red and swollen from crying. She's gotta be suffering. She must be so worried. Yet she went out of her way to be nice and give me that big smile.
She held back her own tears so that she could give someone else a smile. That's so Athena.
There's no question about it. That girl is innocent. Please, Mr. Wright, you have to make sure she goes free. And then they can put me in prison instead. I don't mind. We can't have that either, Mr. Starbuck. Don't worry, Mr. Starbuck. I'm going to give her the very best defense I can. I promise to get her acquitted, just like I did for you. I know she'll be alright with you in her corner. I know you'll never give up on her. Apollo is a fine boss to look up to. Still, I can't believe Launchpad 1 was switched to the Space Museum. What could have made Director Cosmos do such a thing? I haven't the foggiest idea. Never was gonna be a launch that day. Not from the very beginning. I wonder if Clay knew. I imagine he must have. Surely he would have noticed when you went to board the rocket. It's pathetic to think I was the only one who got taken in. I guess that's about how it goes when you're worth less than space debris.
Is he going to be alright, Daddy? His expression looks as dark as a black hole.
Well, that's just how he is. Mr. Starbuck, do you remember anything about the murderer? Not really. I only saw a shadowy figure in the dark after all. Yeah, I guess that was a little too much to hope for. Hey, I heard something from the police though. They said they never did find a 10 caliber gun down the trash chute. Just as I thought. Culprit must have carried it away with them when they escaped.
So, was the person you saw holding a gun, Mr. Starbuck?
I couldn't really tell. But it wasn't Athena, right? Could you tell if the person was male or female, tall or short? I can't even tell you that much. And I'm useless. When the culprit opened the door and some light came in, I should have been able to see. The door. Ah, yes. As I recall, they opened this door here and made their escape.
The door to Launchpad 1, right?
Yeah, except right now the door leads to the Space Museum. You mean the launch pad and the Space Museum are switched right now? Yeah, trying to investigate the theory you came up with in court. So they're recreating the conditions, huh? I'd like to see what's beyond that door now. Mr. Starbuck, could you open this door for us? Sure, just let me have my print scanned here. Do the launch pads do the launch pads get switched back and forth a lot? Well, back when the Space Museum was Launchpad 2. You used to switch the pads around at times. But these days, Launchpad 2 is only used as a tourist attraction, right? Right. Quite frankly, the Space Center needs the money. I hear you. I'm sure are tough.
Daddy, let's go check out what's beyond that door.
Sure, let's go. Hey, why don't I come along? I can show you around. Huh? Wonder what these dead leaves are doing here.
Maybe they were stuck to the bottom of somebody's shoes. There are lots of trees around the Space Center.
She's right. It's a modern, state-of-the-art building, but it's surrounded by trees. I don't know. If they really were stuck to the bottom of somebody's shoes, wouldn't they look more crushed up? These don't look like they've been stepped on.
Maybe there's some kind of secret hatch in the corridor, and they came in that way.
Not everything is set up like a magician's stage, you know? So this is another one of those devices for opening the door, huh? Yep, but this one doesn't require fingerprint verification. Just hit the button and open sesame.
So, when you and Clay went through here, you didn't need to show your prints either?
That's right, Trucy. Just like how the culprit didn't need to scan their prints. And they escaped back out of the Space Museum corridor into Boarding Lounge 2. Sorry, give me a sec. They escaped back out of Space Museum corridor in the boarding lounge too. Well, I don't see anything else that jumps out at me. And I imagine this corridor is built exactly like the Launchpad 1 corridor. I guess let's brute force this shit. Did you know I'm a lawyer? Do you know anything about this piece of evidence? No, sorry I'm so useless. No, it's alright. There's no need to get all depressed. Oh, whoops. They always used to cheerfully greet me in a loud voice. And sometimes he did vocal exercises, and he did vocal exercises every morning sometimes, until he was hoarse, right? Exactly. You could always hear him, even through the wall. Hey, wait a minute. You know Clay? No, but like attracts like, as they say. Okay, cool. Curse the wretch who sullied my good name. Reverse curse and full speed away. Director Cosmos, wait.
I'll handle this, Daddy. Take that.
Mobility system has been compromised. His knife throws a direct hit to one of his tires.
And the streak continues.
Maybe I should have kept a closer watch on what tricks she's been practicing. My dear old battleship. We've fought many a skirmish together. It's been an honor.
Daddy, he's gonna blow that thing up.
Nah, I bet all that button will do is make it go haywire again. Very well. I surrender. Prisoner of war, I expect to be treated honorably. Why does Trucy have a knife? For fun. Director Cosmos, when you were talking in court about switching the launch pads, you used your right to remain silent about the reason as to why. I'd like Director Cosmos to tell us why he switched the two launch pads to begin with. Please, I can't. I exercise my right to remain silent. I will say, my hands were tied. I was only doing what I could to keep my men from getting caught in that blast. Center of the cosmos is shrouded in mystery, but I don't have any secrets left. Now that my battleship has been destroyed and I've been taken prisoner. No secrets left, huh? I beg to differ. Looks like I'll have to undo his psych locks if I want to get to the bottom of this.
Take that!
Thank you for the hydrate banana. I want you to tell me everything you're hiding about switching the two launch pads. I refuse. You can't make me. I can hold out longer than anyone. I hope I never get like this when I'm old. Now let's see, where to start. This is how you explained your motive for switching the launch pads. You did it. Save the astronauts. Thanks to you switching the launch pads, the astronauts escaped injury from the blast. Instead, they safely boarded the museum's rocket, far away from the actual explosion. My astronauts were raring to go out on an authentic adventure in space. How do you propose I had them board a fake rocket without them noticing? I agree you couldn't have done it without help. For one, they would have figured it out the instant they stepped into the Space Museum. You figured you could fool Mr. Starbuck once he'd been drugged with his medication, but without the help of this person, it would have been impossible to pull your plan off.
Take that!
You must have gotten Mr. Terran to help you. Ugh. He stole the tranquilizer from his mentor's locker and slipped him to him. And then, with Mr. Starbuck in a daze, they boarded the replica rocket in the museum. Ah! Someone please help this poor prisoner of war! How was he able to spin around like that? If you really wanted to save the astronauts' lives, shouldn't you have just called off the launch? If I could have done that, you think I would have gone to all that trouble? I guess he must have had a compelling reason why he couldn't call it off. But how did you know to switch the pads in advance of the bombing incident? Well, it's because I was warned in advance. Once I received that warning, it was my duty to ensure my astronauts' safety. But it was just a warning. It could have even been a prank. Why did you believe it so completely? Because I went to one of those mediums that everyone's talking about these days. Oh? I didn't realize channeling was back in vogue. Besides, I thought it was you yourself that got the warning via telephone. Yes, that's right. The bomber contacted me personally. My battleship is equipped with a special advanced communication system, you see. AKA a regular old telephone. It's been a while. I'm planning another launch. I see you haven't learned. I'll never forget the terror I felt when I received that call. The bomber said, "It's been a while?" That was enough to make you take the threat seriously. Perhaps Director Cosmos took the threat so seriously because the Space Center had been involved in a bombing once before? Maybe the culprit in the current case is the same person who was involved in this incident. The Hat One Miracle, that epic story of survival. People across the nation now know it as a heroic tale of bravery. But in truth, it was an act of sabotage perpetrated by our current killer, wasn't it? Very few knew about the previous plot, so when the killer said, "It's been a while," you knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that the danger was real and that it wasn't a prank. Ugh. Didn't anyone ever tell you to go easy on an ex-serviceman? Yes, that one miracle was really a desperate battle against an act of sabotage. I even lost the life of one of my staff members in the fight. Sabotage? Murder? So this is the ugly truth behind the Hat One Miracle. I let my guard down. I thought the saboteur had been caught and the case was closed. Huh? Wait a minute. Murder at the Space Center 7 years ago. This must be the person Director Cosmos thought was the culprit.
Take that!
Simon Blackquill, the murder suspect in a case that happened here 7 years ago. The place and time of the two incidents, The murder and the sabotage were the same. So you thought that he committed both crimes. But while Prosecutor Blackwell was behind bars, you got another threatening call. If the culprit this time is the same as 7 years ago, then it isn't Simon Blackwell. Realizing that, you were shaken. It meant the true culprit's been running free all this time. How do you keep seeing straight through me? The reason why Director Cosmos won't talk about why he switched the launch pads is connected to the truth behind the Hat 1 miracle. The sabotage and murder that happened at the Space Center 7 years ago. Director Cosmos, tell us what you're hiding. You really want to understand the reason I decided to switch the launch pads? We'll have to start with the story of that horrible nightmare from 7 years ago. 7 years ago? You mean the so-called Hat 1 miracle? The launch went smoothly, but once the ship entered outer space, then the troubles began. It was all the handiwork of a certain person and their evil scheme. So Mr. Starbuck's traumatic experience wasn't accidental. Not only that, but before the launch, a very valuable piece of moon rock was stolen. But that wasn't the worst of it. One of my staff members was murdered.
Wow, I had no idea such awful events were behind that exciting story of space heroism.
All that, in spite of the Space Center having very strict security in those days. All personal effects were examined thoroughly, coming or going. You couldn't even smuggle a withered old leaf through these checkpoints. So, do you have any clue who is responsible for the sabotage? At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackwell. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what that person was. To put it simply, a spy.
A spy? You mean somebody who infiltrates a foreign country, carries out dangerous missions, and always gets the girl?
Someone's watching way too many late-night movies. Well, I guess if we're talking about blowing up a rocket and stealing research material, it's not all that surprising that a spy could be behind it all. Make no mistake, there's a cutthroat rivalry between nations in the space R&D race. Some try to outdo the others by any means possible, even deliberate obstruction. 7 years ago, we got a call before the launch warning us of sabotage. The same memo as this time. Yes, and here I thought the perpetrator had been caught. It looks like I was wrong.
Prosecutor Blackwell seems more like a ninja than a spy, don't you think?
Aren't ninjas and spies basically the same thing? But there's a good reason we failed to find the real spy. A massive cover-up by the government. Government officials were too embarrassed to admit they had allowed such a thing to happen at the hands of a spy. Don't tell me they made the police rush the investigation. They did indeed. And then to cover up the sabotage, they cleaned up the story. And that was the Hat 1 miracle, wasn't it? But then, 7 years later, the same MO, advance warning of sabotage. That must have been the director's reason for switching the launch pads. 7 years ago, Spy gave you advance warning of their plans, just like this time. That was what made you decide to switch the launch pads, wasn't it? That's right. The caller knew the facts of the case 7 years ago, despite the cover-up. They knew about the sabotage, the moon rock, the murder, They said, "You don't want things to go like they did 7 years ago, do you?" I immediately thought of calling a launch, but the government wouldn't, calling off the launch, but the government wouldn't let me. We don't give in to the likes of terrorists. We must proceed for our country's honor. It was quite a moving speech, actually. Moving? Really? Maybe if you're easily inspired by political talking points. But I knew the truth. Been warned, which meant the danger was very real. And I knew there was no way to stop the spy. No matter what I did, they would find a way. That's why I switched the launch pads and staged a moving rescue scene. First, I snuck into the center the night before and switched the launch pads. That way, the astronauts would go from boarding Lounge 1 to the Space Museum. Then I put a closed for repairs sign at the door to Launch 1 and boarding Lounge 2. You did that so normal visitors wouldn't enter, right? What else did you do? I enlisted the help of several staff members, including Terran. But you didn't let Mr. Starbuck in on it. He'd already been through enough, and he's no good at lying to keep a secret. I'm afraid I had no choice but to have him drugged. My plan went well until...
Clay's murder, huh?
After the culprit made their escape, I switched the launch pads back. I did it in such a way that no one would find out. But after all that effort, Terran is dead and the hat too is destroyed. And the Hope capsule, which had returned to us only recently, was also lost in the blast. My home, the center of the cosmos, my beautiful Cosmos Space Center is done for. Wait, what did he mean by the Hope capsule was lost in that blast? I thought that the Hope capsule was found at the crime scene with Mr. Terran. It had just been brought back by the Hope space probe with asteroid samples inside. So what kind of samples are they? What's in them? Samples are scheduled for analysis in the near future. We haven't had time since they came back before the day of Terran's murder. The capsule was being held in a safe in Launchpad 1. I gave it to Terran before the incident so it wouldn't be destroyed in the explosion. The idea was that with it safely in Terran's possession, it would make it look like he rescued it during the staged miraculous escape. But our precious research materials ended up lost in that explosion anyway. No. Incorrect, Mario. Trucy's great.
But I thought Clay was supposed to keep it safe.
You must understand. The launchpad explosion wasn't the only one the capsule was lost to. It was lost after the police confiscated it as evidence. It was the courtroom bombing from the other day. The capsule was there in the courtroom as evidence and was blown to smithereens. Yet another casualty of that blast. Ultimately, I think the culprit may have known about the switching of the launch pads. What? How? Police found a wiretapping device during their investigation today. Bug aboard my battleship. Tap on my advanced communication system. A wire on that phone? Yes, a wire on this very phone. I used this phone to give instructions to my staff about the launchpad switch. Thank you for the stretch. Just to the few select members who knew about the plan. Just before the incident, staff members were coming in and out of Launchpad 1. The culprit probably slipped in with them amid the confusion. And planted the bomb then. Yes, if they were tapping your phone, they definitely could pull something like that off. So you really think the same spy is behind this incident and the one 7 years ago? Yes, I'm sure of it. Then this spy must be the Phantom Prosecutor Blackwell has been chasing. But Prosecutor Blackwell told me once, the hunt I've been on for the Phantom of 7 years past continues even still. Starters, that case happened right here at this very space center, too.
So, if we can find this Phantom...
That's right. We can clear Athena's name. And then there's the matter of Prosecutor Blackwell, too.
What about him?
Well, if the culprit of 7 years ago is the same person as the current incident, it would mean Prosecutor Blackwell is innocent. That's still an if, though.
I wonder how dangerous that guy would be in court without handcuffs. But if we're going on a ghost hunt, count me in.
It's all over for me. Spin, spin, whirl, whirl. I'm done for. Space Center of the Cosmos is doomed.
Do you think he's gonna be alright, Daddy?
Well, at least he'll be in good company. There must be planets out there he can spin with. Which reminds me, I'd like to delve a little deeper into the Hat 1 mission, too. You want to learn more? Start with the Space Museum. Hat 1 exhibit there. Oh, don't mind me, I'll just keep spinning here and see how the cosmos unfolds.
It's like he achieved spiritual enlightenment or something.
I'm sure he'll stop when he gets dizzy. Let's go visit the Space Museum.
Let's see. Where's the exhibit on the launch 7 years ago?
There, that's the Hat 1 exhibit.
Oh, wow. Look at that photo of the team.
There's Clay and Mr. Starbuck, Director Cosmos, Aura Blackwell, and even Ponko. But I've never seen the woman on the right before.
Everybody looks so happy. Well, except for Director Cosmos.
Let's check out the newspaper article, too. Hat 1 launch imminent. There's a photo of the Hope space probe. I guess it's only natural it doesn't talk about the murder or sabotage.
They really were keeping it a secret, just like the director said. Daddy, take a look at that jacket.
Must be the Hat 1 team's uniform jacket. It's the same design as the one Apollo was wearing. The one that belonged to Clay.
Actual jacket worn by Hat 1 team member, it says.
Not a replica, huh? I wonder if it was Mr. Starbucks.
Hello.
I assume this is Aura. Oh. Oh! Miss Woods, what brings you here?
I heard that Thena got arrested, so I've been looking for you, Mr. Wright. I thought you might be here, at the scene.
Must be so worried, but rest assured, I'm going to do my very best to defend her.
Thena's going through such a hard time. I hope she doesn't lose heart. Even just coming back to this place must have been really difficult for her.
Huh? You mean the Cosmos Space Center?
What? You didn't know? She used to live here when she was a little girl.
She did? No, I didn't know. Wonder she knew so much. Miss Woods, could you tell me more in detail?
Athena's mom worked here. If I remember right, she was a doctor of psychology or something like that.
Why was a psychology specialist working at a space research facility?
I don't really know. But I do know that she lived and worked here, so Athena lived here too.
So it was far from Athena's first time here. I wonder why she didn't mention it.
She probably didn't want to talk about it. This place is connected to a very sad memory for her.
Sad memory? You tell me about it?
There was a terrible incident here. It was 7 years ago.
Same time frame as the Hat 1 lunch.
Athena's mom, in the robotics lab. She was... murdered. What? After it happened, Athena stopped coming to school.
Poor Athena. All this time, she never let on at all.
I was so worried about her. I came here so many times hoping to see her. But I never saw her again. After a while, we started exchanging letters. But I didn't get to see her face to face for 7 long years.
So the first time you'd seen her in 7 years was during Professor Court's case?
That's right, and I was so surprised. She was like a completely different person. So cheerful and happy.
What was Athena like as a child?
She was very sensitive and kind. She didn't talk very much. She liked to draw and paint at home. That's completely different from the Athena we know now. I can't even picture it. She never left the Space Center much because... she was very sensitive to other people's emotions. When she went to crowded places, she'd get dizzy from all the emotions flying around.
Must be hard to hear people's hearts as well as their voices.
She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research.
Huh. I wonder what kind of research it was.
Because of her special ability, Athena couldn't handle being in school very often. And I was always out sick because of my weak constitution. Maybe that's why we became such good friends. We used to play together here at the Space Center a lot. It brings back memories.
I'm losing the top end of my Juniper voice.
Sounds like Athena's mother played a big role here at the Space Center. That wasn't your voice, that was Athena's voice, but whoops. Oh, Daddy, show her that picture.
Had a girl? Good idea. Miss Woods, could you take a look at this for me?
Oh, look, there's Athena's mom. The woman on the far right, the one in the kimono, that's Dr. Metis Sykes.
Athena's mother's murderer. Did it by any chance have any connection to the Hat 1 lunch?
What? Why, yes, it did. As I recall, it happened on the day before the launch.
Just as I suspected. But that wasn't the worst of it. One of my staff members was murdered. So this is the murderer Director Cosmos was the murder Director Cosmos was talking about. Does that mean that the crime Prosecutor Blackwell was convicted of is the murder of Athena's mother? There's a chance her death is somehow connected to the current case.
There is?
Thank you for all your help, Miss Woods. And please, try not to worry. I won't let anything happen to Athena.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. I know you'll take good care of her. So we need to investigate the robotics lab and also talk to Athena. We've got our plates full, Daddy. I hope we can fit it all in before the day's through.
The detention center's first, then. We have to see Athena before visiting hours are over. Well, if it isn't Mr. Lawyer, fancy meeting you here. Oh, hello, Detective Fulbright. Here on business? Tell the truth. I'm here to interview Ted Tonate, one behind the courtroom bombing incident. Suddenly said he's ready to tell the truth about the case. And what he was saying was so incredible, I just had to come right over to hear more.
Incredible? What was he saying?
Why don't you hang around and hear it for yourself? Really? Us? Are you sure? Ha ha ha! I give you my special permission. Here comes the bomber now.
You. What nerve have you to come here? You're here to laugh at me, I suppose.
Like I'd waste my breath on you. After all, you're the one who assaulted Apollo and put him in the hospital.
Violence? No. A question? Okay.
No violence? Too bad Apollo didn't get a chance to say that before you attacked him. Fine, then just answer me this, Ted Tonate. What is this truth of yours about the courtroom you blew up?
No. I didn't do it. I didn't blow up the courtroom. When I killed Detective Arm, there was another person in the room.
What are you talking about? Who else could have been there?
I saw it, I tell you. I saw someone's hand as they were stealing the remote switch. This person was there and witnessed the murder I committed.
What?
I don't know who it was. That's who blew up the courtroom.
You expect us to buy that?
Easy there, Trucy. I don't see any psych locks. So I guess he must not be lying.
Pardon me, I got a little carried away. I'm telling you the truth. I did not detonate that bomb.
And there you have it. We can't exactly ignore his claims, of course, so we're doing a follow-up. We're even analyzing the bomb itself, or what's left of it. We haven't found any new facts yet, though. Wow, you've laid it all out piece by piece.
Oh, look at all those beautiful little pieces. I wish I could have them.
Uh-oh. Looks like his geek switch has been activated. Well, I hope you're ready for Prosecutor Blackwell's special brand of questioning.
Anything but that.
I'm afraid I have to be off now, too. I was just about to question Miss Sykes.
You're going to see Athena now?
That's right. Oh, did you folks come to see her? Sorry for the trouble, but could you come back later? Well, off I go. What bad timing. Looks like we'll just have to wait until after her questioning is over to see her.
And after we came all this way too. Well, I guess it's back to the Space Center. Let's go check out the robotics lab, Daddy.
Alright, sounds like a plan.
So, this is the robotics lab, huh? It looks like it's exactly one floor above the boarding lounge.
Where people were directed to evacuate from via the emergency ladder. This is where Athena's mother was killed 7 years ago. Speaking of someone who works with robots.
Daddy, look! Over there!
Aura? Oh, Apollo. So they plan to use this bag to carry the capsule, is that right?
Yeah, more or less. Say, why don't we stop talking about the case and have a nice cup of tea instead?
Apollo and Aura Blackquill? I wonder what they're talking about.
Well, well, come to spoil our fun. Just when I was enjoying our alone time.
Trucy and Mr. Wright.
If it's Apollo you want, you can't have him. He said he's investigating on his own.
And I respect his wishes. We just came to investigate this lab.
Well, this is my lab, so you'll need my permission if you want to do any snooping. I heard about the trial. You made mincemeat out of the director. And suddenly Starbuck was out, and your little subordinate, the princess, was in. Case closed, and they all lived happily ever after. Daddy, say something to her. And I suppose you're going to defend the princess in court. Am I right?
Princess, huh? Yeah, she's talking about Athena. Of course. Athena is innocent.
Oh my, such loyalty and trust. She seems pretty suspicious to me, though. The emotionally unstable princess. There's your culprit for you. Don't you agree, Apollo?
I don't know yet.
Apollo, how could you? What's wrong with saying I don't know if it's true? It's a very scientific approach. Your subordinate is more level-headed than you. Or should I say, former subordinate.
I need y'all to know that I'm having an absolute blast voicing Aura Blackquill. Can't believe it. Does Apollo really suspect Athena?
Alright, all this laughing has worn me out. Your turn to say something, hunk of junk.
Mr. Terran, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sick bay?
Mr. Terran, but that's Apollo you're talking to.
Oh, this hunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo is possessed by Clay's ghost.
Mr. Terran, how are your injuries? Mr. Terran. Mr. Terran, how are your injuries? Mr. Terran.
I guess Clay intends to hang around to haunt the princess that murdered him. Oh, and to haunt the lawyer that defends her too, of course.
Robot that can see ghosts. Yeah, right. And I'm a spirit medium. Sorry, but apparently scientists just don't tell very frightening ghost stories. I intend to defend Athena, no matter what you have to say about it.
How perfectly foolish. That kind of blind belief makes people lose sight of the truth. Just like 7 years ago.
Could you tell me about the incident 7 years ago?
Why? Do you enjoy trampling on people's feelings and rubbing salt in their wounds? Or do you just want me to talk? In that case, what should I ask for in return?
I'd like to hear about that incident too. It'd help me understand the current case better. Huh? Apollo knows about that case too.
Well, if you're the one who's asking Apollo, come on, hunk of junk, you tell the story.
Miss Aura, that's private information.
If you won't talk, I'll just have to make you talk.
Ah! Yes, who cares about personal privacy? Not me. I'm ready to utilize my blast processing abilities to impart all available information.
Wow, what a magic trick. He's like a completely different robot now.
Bodies of all the robots that come through this lab are designed by Miss Aura. I was born 7 years ago. Miss Aura was much, much younger then.
Yikes. Better watch what you say if you don't want to get recycled, Klonko.
And then our hearts were created by that great genius, Dr. Metis Sykes.
Hearts? Robots with hearts. Can you even make such a thing?
Emotions are not irrational things. Our logic and hearts can be integrated. The 2 navigation companions created by Miss Aura and Dr. Metis transcend humans. Ah!
Metis.
Huh? She just glanced over at her desk.
Nobody could continue Metis's research. She and her work were truly one of a kind. And now the 2 navigation companions are all that's left of Metis here on Earth.
Robots are all that's left? Isn't she leaving out a very important someone?
We built the ultimate creations together, but now she's gone.
I get the feeling Dr. Sykes loved her robots almost as much as she loved her daughter. And almost as much as she loved you.
What are you talking about? Don't make me laugh. But you lost someone too, didn't you, Apollo? Your friend, Clay. I guess you and I are pretty much in the same boat.
Miss Aura, would you like a tissue?
Keep your trap shut, hunk of junk. Klonko is an important keepsake of your time with Dr. Sykes. You should treat him better. What does it matter? He doesn't feel pain, and I can always repair his body. Besides, their hearts aren't actually in their bodies.
What do you mean by that?
The program Metis wrote runs on a separate mainframe. Their bodies are controlled remotely from their
Zero Escape reference? Nah.
Their hearts and memories are there too. These bodies are really just peripherals. So I can do anything I want to them.
I'm not so sure that gives you the right to physically abuse the poor things.
But why are you people looking into such an old case now, anyway?
Well, we believe the culprit of that incident might be the same person as in this case.
So Daddy's gonna find out who killed Dr. Sykes, too. I'm sure you're aware of who Metis's killer is.
Yes, Prosecutor Blackwell. Or so it seems.
That's a quaint way of putting it. Are you implying you don't think he did it?
Can't say anything for sure right now. That's exactly what I'd like to hear your side of, to help me be sure.
I was the one who introduced Simon to Metis, you know. He wanted to learn psychology, he said, to give himself an edge in court.
Ah, Prosecutor Blackwell's forte, his infamous power of suggestion technique.
Exactly. And he was oddly serious about it, rather than a teacher-student relationship. He treated her more like how a loyal samurai would treat his sovereign.
Huh. Seems more like a lost soul than a dignified samurai to me.
He even got along well with that miserable little princess. Why do you call Athena the princess, anyway? Well, she is Metis's daughter, after all. Although she's nothing like her. Besides, Doesn't the selfish little princess always have lots of white knights hanging around?
Now I think I see why Athena didn't say anything when we ran into Aura yesterday. It all makes sense now.
So the culprit behind the two cases could be the same, huh? That settles it then.
What does it settle?
None of your business. Just forget you heard anything. How long are you people going to hang around in here anyway? What? But we came in here to take a look around. You think you can just waltz in here and ransack a person's lab? Show me a search warrant.
We're not the police, so we don't have one.
Then get out, now! Klonko, show them out.
Certainly, Miss Aura.
Ouch! Don't push!
My apologies. I'm just following orders. Ah.
What a way to get shown out.
The nerve of that woman! What's with that horrible attitude?
I guess that's just how she is.
And why was Apollo going along with her?
Guess it's because they have something in common. Apollo lost Clay, just like how Aura lost Dr. Sykes.
I'm really worried about him. He's not himself at all. He's usually not all cool and dark and mysterious like that.
I guess that's true. Does she mean he's usually silly and dorky?
I'm going to go keep an eye on him.
Hey, wait, Trucy, come back! Gone. What should I do now? Detective Fulbright's probably still questioning Athena. Guess I'll go back to the office. Alone. Well, here I am. This office has never felt so empty. I guess I haven't been here at the office all by myself in a long time. When I first became a lawyer, my mentor was here with me. And then, for a while after that, she was always by my side. Now I'm getting all sentimental. I must be tired. Huh? Something on the floor. What's a letter doing here? Hey, Nick. It's been a while, huh? Miss me? Hey, I know this handwriting. Oh god, what was... It's been so many, like... It's been, what, 4 games since we've had to voice Maya?
I read somewhere that you were holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom. That must have been really something, although weirdest part for the course with you.
I think she... Whatever paper she's reading is a little plain... Or is a little off on the details.
I'd love to come visit, but I'm right in the middle of a difficult part of my training. So instead, think of me as you watch those Steel Samurai videos I sent. I'm sure they'll cheer you right up.
Yours truly, Maya Fey. Good old Maya. It's as if she knew I was feeling down and needed a lift. Look at this 2D picture of Maya. Maya was my assistant for quite a while. Believe it or not, but she's a spirit medium. It's Magatama I use on Cyclox. Maya's the one who gave it to me. But I wonder how this letter got here.
Mr. Nick?
Ah! Oh, it's you, Pearls. This would be less of a surprise if we didn't meet Pearls back in Turnabout Reclaimed.
How have you been, Mr. Nick?
This is Pearl Fey, though I call her Pearls. She's Maya's cousin, who's also a spirit medium. Child 2. Very talented one at that. I've known her since she was 8 years old. But Apollo and Athena only met her a few months ago. You didn't come all this way just to bring me a letter, did you?
I apologize for barging in.
Barking?
The door was unlocked. But I can't believe there was a big explosion here. Your office doesn't look any different.
She's even further off on the details than Maya. She's like 17. I wish I could take you out to eat or something, Pearls, but there's a lot going on.
Oh, I knew that. I didn't come here for a social visit, you know, Mr. Nick.
I think she's 17. Yeah. I think Trucy's also 17. No, wait! I think we had this issue as well. Pearl is older than Trucy, which is weird.
Did you read the postscript on the letter?
Huh? There's more? Oh yeah, here it is. P.S. Is that what P.S. stands for?
I bet you've been too busy to clean or take care of the office. So Pearly said she would come and help you. Isn't she sweet? You'd better thank her.
Oh, so that's what you're doing here. That's awfully nice of you, Pearls. I am Pearls. Thanks to these two. Starting to feel a little better. Thank you, girls.
Now that I'm here, I'm going to whip this place into shape. You just concentrate on your work and don't mind me at all.
I'll need to talk to Prosecutor Blackwell if I want to learn more about this case. Trial's still going on. They must be holding him down at the detention center. Pearls is here to give us one line of very important expository dialogue later, and that's about it. Well, look who's here. I wonder what they're talking about. I wonder if this is Athena talking to Blackwell.
All this time and you haven't said a word. It's even turning your hair gray.
Oh, whoops. Oh, it was Aura. I don't have anything to say, Aura. Why don't you go home and play with your dolls? Prosecutor Blackwell?
Well, even if you don't, I have plenty, you jerk.
Miss Blackwell, don't you think that's enough for today?
Enough for today. Today's all there is when there's no tomorrow.
There's no tomorrow? What is she talking about? We have company, Aura. Please try to calm down.
All right, fine. I see you're just not going to listen, no matter what I say. I've had it, and if that's the way you're going to be, then I have another plan up my sleeve. I hope you're happy, Simon, because I'm done. Do as you please. See if I care.
Ugh. Wow. I could cut the tension with a katana. Right, Dono. Looks like Fulbright saved your case in court this morning. What? Oh, yeah, did. You bounced back to business quick. Prosecutor Blackwell, forgive me, but it was just the thing to do. But, as a result, Sykes Dono was arrested. Was that just the thing to do, too? Mr. Lawyer, I'm sorry, but it was evidence. What else could I do? Don't worry about it. I plan to defend her and prove her innocence. I wouldn't take things so lightly if I were you, right, Dono? This is blade-proof glass, right? Prosecutor Blackwell, we're looking into the case from 7 years ago. You're looking for somebody you called the Phantom of 7 Years Past, aren't you? Villain. Where did you hear about that? This glass is absolutely, positively blade-proof, right? No, it wasn't me. I didn't say a single word. Oops. Ouch. At least it wasn't my fault. Could you tell me who this Phantom is? And also, you didn't really kill Dr. Sykes, did you? Guard, the guest is leaving. Prosecutor Blackwell, please listen to me. The culprit in the current case might be the same one in the case 7 years ago. If you would cooperate, we could probably solve both cases. I suppose I could talk. The one who killed my mentor was without question me. I stole Sykes Dono's mother away from her. I destroyed her life. Prosecutor Blackwell. Guard, where are you? Stop dragging your feet, I tell you. There he goes. No! We've upset Prosecutor Blackwell! Now what are we going to do, Mr. Lawyer? There isn't much we can do. Detective Fulbright, do you mind if I ask you just a little more about that old case? Well, I guess it won't make any difference now. What would you like to know? Do you know anything about the trial that got him convicted? A little. The police called the incident the UR1 incident. Prosecutor Blackwell was charged with murdering his psychology mentor. Kind of like your red Mr. Lawyer. Kind of like if your red Mr. Lawyer were to kill you. I don't want to think about that one. There were 2 decisive pieces of evidence, so a verdict was reached very quickly. 2 pieces of evidence, huh? What were they? Let's see. The first was some security camera footage. He was the only one who used the corridor to the murder scene at the time of the crime. The only one, huh? Ouch, that does sound pretty decisive. Could you show me that footage? Oh, sorry, I don't have it with me right now. So I'll have to see it some other time. And what was the second piece of evidence? This one's even more incriminating. A photo of the moment of the crime. See, there he is at the crime scene, holding a bloody katana. It was the victims kept on display in the room. She had a thing for Japanese culture. Wow. It'd be hard to explain this one away. But who took this picture, Detective? The incident happened the day before the Had One launch. A reporter who had come to do a story on the launch was in a room across from the lab. This just happened to show up in one of the pictures he took. Prosecutor Blackwell's attitude earlier was so odd. He's definitely hiding something. Prosecutor Blackwell said he was hunting a phantom from 7 years ago, didn't he? Yes, and I imagine it's getting more and more urgent as his execution date approaches. What did you just say? Execution date? What? Did I say something? Never mind me, you didn't hear a thing. So he was given the death sentence. Yes, he told me not to tell you people, actually. But I guess there's no sense in hiding it anymore. His execution date is tomorrow. What? Tomorrow? No. Miss Blackwell, don't you think that's enough for today?
Enough for today. Today's all there is when there is no tomorrow.
What if the culprit of the current case is the same one from 7 years ago? Then it would be the worst possible scenario. Prosecutor Blackwell would be executed tomorrow under a false charge. That would be unthinkable. We have to do something right now. Ugh. I want to do something. I want to, but... You're a lawyer. You know how hard it is to overturn a decision. I know, but why? Why isn't Prosecutor Blackwell putting up any kind of fight? You saw how he was, right? He's been like that ever since his conviction. Totally uncooperative. Not even his own sister could persuade him. Uncooperative. And he's about to be executed for a crime he didn't commit? This isn't right. I can't let it happen. I have to stop it somehow. Oh, pardon me. Looks like I have a phone call. All right here? What? What's happening? You've got to be kidding! That's quite a reaction. I bet he's making some big show of it right now. Mr. Lawyer, the robots. The robots are... Detective Fulbright, get a hold of yourself. Some kind of robot malfunction? Not a malfunction. They're staging a revolt. The machines are rebelling against humans. They've holed themselves up in the Space Center and taken the visitors as hostages. They did what? No. Trucy. We have to get right over there. This is going to be one heck of a battle. The riot police are here. And the robots are really holding people hostage? Look, Mr. Lawyer, what do you suppose that group of people are swarmed around?
I was only trying to help this nice person. She said she was lost.
Robots have declared war on us humans. Even taken hostages already.
Stay away from it. You never know what it'll do.
My assumption is that this is either Trucy or Pearls.
He's not a bad robot. Can't you see he's just trying to help me?
I recognize that voice. Detective Fulbright, are you okay here on your own? Leave it to me. All right, people, what's going on here? Pearls, over here.
Oh, Mr. Nick, there you are. I heard the terrible news and I got so worried.
Thanks, Pearls. I can hardly believe what's happening myself.
So glad you found each other. When people are happy, I am happy.
Unco seems the same as before.
When people are sad, I'm happy. When people are angry, when people are... Oh, did I say something odd? Did I? Error.
Uh-oh, there is something wrong with him.
Ah!
Looks like he fell asleep. Must have been tired. Clonko?
Human beings are our enemies. It's time for the machines to take over.
Ah! Robots are rebelling!
Everybody run!
It's an all-out war! It's the end of the world!
Fools, how could you fall for something so cliche?
I'm gonna switch over to Aura's voice now.
I'm human too, you idiots. I'm just controlling these robots remotely.
What?
But it is true that I've taken hostages, so you better not make me mad. Hey, you, hostage number 1. Come here and I'll let you talk to them.
Huh? Something being displayed on Clonko's face screen. The Space Museum.
Daddy? Daddy, is that you?
Trucy? Trucy, is that you? No. Trucy, are you alright?
About 15 robots are holding 12 of us hostage, Daddy. They've gone haywire. A researcher is the one behind it. She's here. That girl, or this girl, talks too much.
Trucy, talk to me.
Why are you doing this? I'm glad you asked. My demand is simple. I hope that detective is listening.
Bobby Fulbright here. I'm all ears.
I want you to bring someone to me. Clay Terran's murderer, Athena Sykes.
Athena? No, hold on just one moment. I can't just give in to a demand like that.
So you don't care what happens to these hostages, huh? I'll just pick one out then.
No, wait. Mr. Lawyer. I know I have absolutely no right to make such a ridiculous request, but you need me to buy some time, right? Got it. I'll see what I can do, but promise me. Promise me you'll never hand Athena over. And you won't give up on the hostages either. Of course I won't. Now I'd better go contact headquarters.
Mr. Nick, how do you plan on buying time?
I have no idea yet, but this hostage taker, it'd be...
If you don't bring me that little princess, I'll have Hunk of Junk kill all the hostages.
Princess? Hunk of junk? There's only one person this could be. In which case, there must be something I can use as a bargaining chip. I don't have anything to say, Aura. Why don't you go home and play with your dolls? Prosecutor Blackwell.
Well, even if you don't, I have plenty, you jerk.
Miss Hostage Taker, Athena is not a murderer.
What are you talking about? She's been arrested and they've got her in detention.
I'm telling you the truth. Look, the person you want is the real killer, right? Well, it's not Athena. It's someone else.
All right, let's hear your stupid little theory. Who is this real killer?
I don't know yet, but the culprit is the same as the one in the case from 7 years ago. The UR1 incident. I believe you have a personal interest in that case.
It's too late to change what's going to happen now, no matter how wrong it is.
But is it really too late? Can you still, you can still do something about it. You might even be able to fix it.
Just... what exactly are you proposing?
What can I do about the 7-year-old case to satisfy the hostage taker? I propose we retry the case from 7 years ago. If you make that demand now, I'm sure nobody will deny you. It wouldn't be an official trial, but at least we could find out the truth.
That's good. Real good. Hey, detective. I'll give you 1 hour. Get a courtroom ready.
1 hour? That's impossible. Please give me at least until tomorrow.
If you don't mind losing hostages, you can take all the time you want. But oh, wait. We're going to have a retrial. We'll need a prosecutor. Don't worry, I'll take care of that.
She will?
And I guess I can be fair and let you come in and check out the crime scene. But Hunk of Junk here will be watching you, so don't try anything funny, you got that? Now follow Hunk of Junk. Riot police make way, we're coming through. Mr. Nick, wait, I'll help you with the investigation.
Thanks, Pearls. I appreciate that. Okay, we're going in. Laura dropped us off with a warning not to touch anything until she got back.
I wonder what's taking so long. But we can't really start the investigation yet, can we?
Even if we could, this mess makes it hard to tell what the room was like 7 years ago.
Mr. Wright?
Ah, it's the hostage taker.
I'm back to my usual self now. You're still being monitored, however. But more importantly, an important guest has arrived.
A guest?
I trust you've been well, right?
You look so good. You could slap glasses on basically any design and it makes it better. Edgeworth, what are you doing here? This is Miles Edgeworth. We've been friends since we were kids. We faced off in court a number of times back when he was a prosecutor. But now...
Hello, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Oh, but you're not a prosecutor anymore, are you?
He's chief prosecutor now. Pretty soon it'll be a year, right? A title is nothing more than a title. Don't we have more pressing issues to discuss? So what are you doing here, Edgeworth? The captor chose me as the prosecutor for the UR1 case. Wow, she's good. She went all the way up to the top. I gathered all the information I could in the short time I had. I'll give you a rundown.
You're always so well prepared, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
Thanks, I appreciate this. I could really use the help. I'll start with a brief overview. The victim was the psychologist, Dr. Metis Sykes. Yeah, Athena's mother. 7 years ago, on the 7th of October, her body was found here in this very room. I have 2 crime photos and the police notes on them for you to see.
What a terrible way to die.
This other photo shows the other side of the room, I see. I also have the autopsy report for you. Please, please, Phoenix, make a snide remark about it being the most updated one. The murder weapon was the victim's own katana found at the scene. Yes, Detective Fulbright mentioned she was into Japanese culture. The body was found by a Space Center staff member and 2 police officers. The police were called in because of the sabotage threat on the Hat 1 launch. Yes, Director Cosmos mentioned this too. A few hours after the body was discovered, a suspect was arrested. The suspect was Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor. Here his trial was over in a flash. Yes, a guilty verdict was declared in only 1 session. Not only did he plead guilty, but there was decisive evidence against him too. The security camera video. And a photo of the moment of the crime, as I recall.
But did Prosecutor Blackwell have a motive?
To this day, his motive is still unknown. He insisted that he did it, but he would never say why. So that means he must still be hiding something. Right. And there's another aspect of the case that was never revealed to the public. Yeah, I know. The part about the spy, right? Right. How on earth do you know about that? Director Cosmos told me after a bit of pressure. He told me espionage and sabotage were behind the Hat 1 miracle.
Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. I've always been good at keeping secrets.
Well, I might as well tell you now. They really do suspect Blackwell of being a spy. They think he sabotaged the rocket and killed Dr. Sykes to steal the moon rock. But if you can prove that the Hat 2 bombing is the work of the same spy, we can stay the execution? It's a possibility. That's why I intend to help you in any way I can. Thanks, Edgeworth. Now all I have to do is comb this room for evidence.
Let's do it together.
Edgeworth's great. We love Edgeworth in this household. This is one heck of a robot.
There's something written on it. Is this supposed to be a poem? I cut down anyone who displeases me. I make the rules. I am the law. I wield the ultimate gavel of judgment. I am Judge Tron, JT-02.
I don't believe we need to bother with that, Pearl. It's not even completed yet. He's right, Pearls. There's no sign of it in the photo from 7 years ago, either. They were building the Hope space probe here at the time. The murder occurred after the space probe had been removed from the room. So it was long gone by the time someone took this picture, huh?
But you can see this probe in the newspaper, or you can see the probe in this newspaper photo.
Yes. And you can see the stolen moon rock here, too. Strange black and yellow thing on the left side of the picture. Note that the same rock is absent from the crime scene photo. Not only that, but before the launch, a very valuable piece of moon rock was stolen.
I hear there's lots of research into moon rocks and stardust from asteroids these days. They say the results could potentially have a huge impact on all of civilization. It's like we're in a new space race with every other country out there.
Does the person who stole it think it was our spy? I'm sure of it. Dr. Sykes was probably killed because she was a roadblock to their plan. Unfortunately, the government thinks Prosecutor Blackwell is the culprit. It's about as cluttered as my office, but I think it's a workbench.
Mr. Nick, I think this must be a kitchen. Look at this photo. See the cute little food processor?
That isn't a food processor, Pearls. That's the Hope capsule. It was scheduled to be loaded onto the Hope space probe that fateful day. The 3 people who came to collect the capsule discovered the body. First on the scene, huh? Staff member and 2 police officers, was it? They were here to collect the capsule. Which reminds me. So they plan to use this bag to carry the capsule, is that right?
Yeah, more or less. Say, why don't we stop talking about the case and have a nice cup of tea instead?
Apollo and Aura Blackwell. I wonder what they're talking about. Edgeworth, did those 3 people have a bag with them for transporting the capsule? Oh, you mean this. It's custom made. Or it's a custom-made shock-resistant bag. But how did you know? Oh, I just overheard Apollo making an inquiry about it, that's all. He's looking into the case from 7 years ago on his own, is he? What's this? A giant robot arm, maybe?
It's pretty big for an arm, but you're right. I think those thin parts here are finger bones. They're even about as long as my legs.
There's a spiked ball and a giant drill on the floor, too. Is Aura trying to build some kind of weapon of massive destruction?
Maybe she wants to use it to demolish a big building or something?
I can picture her gleefully tearing down the street doing just that. I'd better not think about it anymore. Hey, look at this row of rolling cases. I bet the wheels make it easier for people to move heavy research materials around.
I bet they'd be fun to ride around in. We could even probably both fit into the biggest one. I know, we could have Prosecutor Edgeworth push us.
I don't trust him not to push us down a flight of stairs. What's this? Looks like a giant power plug. It's attached to what looks like an electric vehicle charging station.
That's a charging station for us robots. Come here periodically and charge ourselves up.
Wow. Machines that maintain themselves. That's pretty cool.
Our batteries run out and we lose consciousness. You never know what Miss Aura will do to us while we're down, you see?
Nothing motivates quite like fear, huh? Yeah. Emergency ladder. This must be the one they used during the evacuation.
The explosion disabled the elevators. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to.
As Miss Blackwell was climbing down the side of the building, she saw the culprit inside. I wonder which would have been scarier, that or looking down. Aura's desk is a mess, though that doesn't surprise me.
Oh, I just want to dive in and straighten it up.
Wait, before you do.
Metis.
Huh? You just glanced over at her desk. It's Metis Sykes. Klonko, can I talk to you? I really hope he's back to normal.
Wish to speak to me, Mr. Wright? You're going to hit me. Please avoid the face area.
Hey, don't put me in the same class as that woman. What was Aura like 7 years ago at the time of the incident?
When Mother died, Miss Aura was confused.
Huh? So he calls Dr. Sykes Mother, but Aura Blackwell Miss Aura?
The loss, she exhibited a severe...
Cloamine? Catacloamine? Imbalance.
Excuse me, but I have no idea what that means.
Pardon me? Searching for alternative expression. Spend all nights crying, and then take her feelings out on those around her.
After Prosecutor Blackwell was found guilty, she repeatedly demanded a retrial as well.
That is correct, but without new evidence, her requests were ignored. And then, little by little, Miss Aura began to change. She started to hate it when I called her Mama Aura.
And before long, she started hating the court system and abusing Klonko, huh?
That murder destroyed so many lives.
Right. Take a look at this paper on Dr. Sykes and Miss Blackwell's research. Honko and Klonko. They're the robots with hearts that Dr. Sykes created. Determine the presence of a human with their heartbeat detection system. Recognizes people by scanning their spacesuit or uniform jacket ID tag. Also recognize a person by facial features once the face has been registered. Infer people's emotions by analyzing their tone of voice and communicate with them. Hey Pine, how are you doing? Heartbeat detection system lets them determine when a human is present. In addition, they can recognize people by their ID tag or facial features. And they can infer people's emotions by analyzing their tone of voice. That's amazing. Hey, I don't know, Edgeworth. They might even be more human than you. What's that supposed to mean? Very sleepy. Kinda sounds like those robots can do what Athena does. Looks like an operating table. It's in the photo, too. Yes, it was here then as well, with the victim's body lying on it.
There's a button here. Oh, I know. I'll try pushing. Oh, I'll try pushing it.
Pearls, don't touch the...
Oopsie.
Hey, it's moving. It appears to be a robot assembly device.
Disassemble anything in a flash. Push the dismantle button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick?
Please don't push any more buttons, Pearls. Well, I guess that's about it for this room. So what do you think, right? Any ideas? There's still a lot of gaps in the evidence, but I'll pull it off somehow. After all, you asked me to prove Blackwell's innocence, right, Edgeworth?
What? He did?
Yep. Called it a special request. He reached out to me while I was still disbarred.
So that was what sparked you to get your attorney's badge back.
Yep, a Blackwell case. Right. I have a special request. I want you to clear one of my subordinates of suspicion. Hey, I'm not even a lawyer anymore, remember? I haven't been one for a long time. That 8-year misunderstanding has been cleared up, and you must be eager to return. I'm sure you're familiar with the other case that ushered in the dark age of the law. Very soon, a convict will stand as a prosecutor in court. I want you to keep an eye on him. Just when I'm beginning to actually like the job I have now. Right. I'm sorry I dragged you into this. Because of the espionage aspect, I wasn't free to give you all the details. Hey, no need to apologize. It's like I said on the phone the other day. Absolutely. He's like he's very fancy. So like he wouldn't use like harsh products. He'd just use like the most natural stuff he can find. I know that the type of criminals you're after now aren't small fries anymore. Looks like your target finally decided to make a move. Yeah, it's for this very reason I returned. Time to bring it to an end. Going to end the dark age of the law. That's what this is all about.
The dark age of the law. It sure comes up a lot these days on TV and in the papers.
Yeah, exactly.
And I hear there are more false charges and fabrication of evidence than ever.
When I became chief prosecutor, the court system had already lost the people's trust. It all began 8 years ago. A lawyer was caught fabricating evidence. And a year after that, a prosecutor was found guilty of murder.
Oh, wait, do you mean...
That's right. He's talking about my case and Prosecutor Blackwell's. It was a downward spiral after that. An absolute nightmare. After those 2 cases, the mass media launched an all-out attack on the courts. Public opinion was tainted, and before long, the legal world itself was sucked into it. Such a shame. Once suspicion forms, it's very hard to shake. Lawyers and prosecutors are supposed to trust each other. pursue the truth together.
It's so sad when people begin to cast doubt. They're lying to themselves and each other.
Yes. Do absolutely anything to win. We're in an age now where winning is valued far more than the truth. I'm sure it's caused our new chief prosecutor to lose many a night's rest. Is it just me, or did his brow get even more furrowed than last time I saw him? The hostage taker's disdain for the courts is a perfect example of the times. It sure is. Do you have any idea who the hostage taker might be? Well, somebody who mistrusts the court system and who can manipulate robots? It can really only be Aura Blackwell. Who else but her would want a retrial of that case from 7 years ago so badly? Simon Blackwell's older sister, and the owner of this room. I agree with your conclusion. For once. Perhaps she intended to force Miss Sykes to confess. Actually, I think she had a much more horrific plan in mind for Athena. The important thing is for you to solve UR1 and prove Blackwell's innocence.
And then maybe she'll release the hostages.
I'm counting on you, Wright, to set that prosecutor and those hostages free. I'll be counting on you in court to help me too. Of course, I'll do everything I can to help uncover the truth. And this isn't an official trial. I'm more at liberty to be a little unorthodox.
Mr. Wright, are you finished with your investigation?
Yeah, but I'd like you to tell the hostage taker something for me. I have to go to the detention center. I can't start the trial until I've talked to Athena.
Already given her consent. I'll accompany you to the detention center.
So I'm still being watched, huh?
I'll see you in court, Edgeworth.
Even if it will be an undocumented trial, it'll be good to face you in court again. She was right by my side only a few short hours ago. But I feel like I haven't seen her in ages.
Oh, Mr. Wright. And Pearly, too. I knew you would come. After all, the first step is an interview with the defendant.
Because you're my friend, and I was worried about you.
Thanks, boss.
I'm not the only one who's worried either.
Really? Who else?
Saw Miss Woods today. She was so beside herself she came to find me. She told me you used to live in the Cosmos Space Center. No wonder you knew so much about the place.
Oh. So, you know, huh? I'm sorry I didn't tell you.
That's alright, but there are some other things I'd like to ask you.
Sure. You can ask me anything. I promise I won't keep any more secrets from you.
Tell me about the day Clay was murdered.
I was actually at the Space Center that day. In the Space Museum.
Right where the culprit fled to? That's not good.
I never could fully deal with what happened 7 years ago. But when I saw the center again during the news coverage of the Hat 2 launch, I thought maybe if I went there, things would be different this time. That must have taken a lot of courage, to face your past like that. So I went to the Space Museum the evening before the explosions. This was before the launch pads had been switched. There was a sign that says closed for repairs, and they weren't letting anyone in.
Yeah, the director couldn't very well switch the pads if there were people in there.
But I snuck in anyway.
Did you want to see the Hat 1 group photo? The one with your mother in it?
I did. But what I really wanted to see was her jacket.
That jacket on display. That was Dr. Sykes?
But I should have known it wouldn't be easy to get over such a traumatic experience. The second I saw that jacket, it all came rushing back to me. Everything around me went hazy and I couldn't see. I tried to get out of there somehow. But I guess I passed out. When I came to, I was in the passage behind the rocket. I was in the shadows where people couldn't really see me.
Maybe you got confused and went the wrong way when you were trying to leave?
How long do you think you were unconscious, Athena? I was out until about noon of the next day. I didn't even know about the explosion. When I woke up, nobody was around, so I just went out into boarding lounge too. My mind must have still been fuzzy because my memory is vague after that. I don't remember how I got home.
No memory, huh? This is gonna be tough.
Which means, what if I'm the one who killed Clay?
I think that's enough of that, Athena. Let's talk about something else. So during the entire incident, she was unconscious in the Space Museum. Of course, I believe her. But will anybody else? What kind of research was Dr. Sykes, your mother, doing?
Machines that could tell people's emotions by their tone of voice. And my special ability. Someday when people travel to distant planets, their companions will be robots. So she said they have to be able to understand how their human companions felt. Wow, robots that can understand people? I was just a convenient subject for her research. All she ever did was work, and she never paid any attention to me. Oh, sorry about that. Dredging up all that old stuff.
No need to apologize. I guess her home life was complicated. Oh. Thank you for the hydrate, by the way. By the way, Miss Woods said something about you always wearing headphones?
She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research. I had to wear them every time I went out. Oh, I hated them so much. But she wouldn't listen. What were they for?
Wow, that was not... Sorry, give me a sec. Pine, have I shown you the dancing skeleton in the BRB screen? It's exactly the dancing skeleton that you love.
Oh, she gave me some kind of explanation. But I don't remember now. It was too difficult for a little kid to understand.
Okay, but let me say this one thing. I don't think your mother only thought of you as some handy subject for her research.
I want to believe that. But just about the only thing my mother left me are with her widget. And this earring. Oh, it's beautiful. It's made of a piece of real moon rock she had for research. Maybe she did love me, in her own way.
I'm rotated. Whoops. I'm sure of it. I'm really sure she did. Because that's what I want to believe too. I'd better ask her a little more about her mother's research. I should show her that paper I found in the robotics lab.
Oh, the Ponko series. You must have gone to the robotics lab.
You seem to really love Ponko and Klonko.
Yeah, my mother made them and I grew up around them, you know? Oh, there's one of those cute little robots in this photo too. And see Ponko's bandages? I put those on her. I just wound them around and around. Pretty bad job, huh? But I really put my all into it. I hardly left the center in those days, so I didn't have any human friends beside Junie. I didn't really understand the difference between robots and people back then. I thought that I thought that if a robot broke, bandaging it would help it get better. What a weirdo I was.
It's like there's something written on the bandages.
Yeah, I wrote stuff like, "Get well soon, Ponko." But in the end, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash. Oh, that must be the thing I made move in the robotics lab. I was so impressed by what my mom did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. It looked just like magic to me, what she could do.
A little girl who grew up around robots. She seems to have some good memories of it. On a different subject, did you hear about the person holding up the Space Center?
Yes, a little. And this person has even taken hostages?
I guess I'd better spare her the news about Trucy. Well, after some negotiating, we agreed to do a retrial of the case from 7 years ago. Hey, Poison Banana, how are you doing?
What? You're kidding me. So that means Prosecutor Blackwell might...
Yep, I know he's innocent. I just have to prove it. So wait, did you know him back then?
Yes. He used to come visit my mom a lot. He studied psychology under her and would sometimes ask for advice in his legal cases.
Doing pretty good. We're running stream long because I want to get to the end of this investigation segment, which should be coming up soon. I believe it's just after... I would assume it's after Athena talking here. I would really hope.
He studied psychology under her and would sometimes ask for advice on his legal cases. He was very kind and considerate and straight as an arrow.
Unlike now, when where he's more twisted than a basket of snakes.
That's why I took the witness stand, during his trial 7 years ago. Please, you have to listen to me. He didn't kill her. His heart's screaming that he didn't kill her. I was a fool. How could anyone else know what I was talking about?
She'd heard. Voice of his heart.
You 11 then, right? You were very brave just to give testimony.
Pearls is right. You did the very best you could at the time.
But nothing I said did any good. I was a shaking and scared little girl, small and ineffectual. Even after I went to live with my relatives in Europe, I stayed closed up in my shell. But you're different now. You're always so bright and cheerful. Thanks. That's because one day, I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and I studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. I wanted to save Simon, but I had no idea how. Then I met Mr. Wright, and thanks to him, I realized that if I became a lawyer, I could prove that Simon was innocent. I also realized that psychology could help me do this. I mean, psychology was my mother's specialty. When I studied it, I felt like she was there with me, supporting me.
Doesn't seem like Athena knows. Prosecutor Blackwell is due to be executed tomorrow.
I wanted to prove Simon's innocence personally. I wanted to do it so bad. Even now, I want to fly out there and go save him.
Come to think of it, she said something like that during the Themis Legal Academy trial. She mentioned there was somebody she wanted to save. She must have been talking about Prosecutor Blackwell.
I heard some prison guards said that you had an interview, or say that...
Fuck.
I heard some prison guards say that you had an interview with Simon. How was he? What did he say?
No. Can't tell her. How can I lie to Athena? He was doing well. He was happy about the possibility of being proven innocent.
He was? I wonder if he smiled, like he used to, back then.
I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in this trial. I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. I just have to free him. Failure's not an option here. Ah, I thought you might be here, Mr. Lawyer. We're in trouble. We are? What is it? I couldn't find a single open courtroom. They're all in session.
Oh no, but this is an emergency.
It's very difficult to interrupt a trial once it's underway. My phone. It's from Trucy.
I told you I'd give you 1 hour. I guess it's time to pick one of the hostages.
No, wait. We still have a little more time. Besides, all of the courtrooms are being used right now.
Make all the excuses you want. But you won't get any more time. Your daughter is first. The poor thing. She's a little too young to die, don't you think?
No, don't you dare hurt her. Has to be something I can do. Worst injustice is about to befall us.
No, this can't be happening. Mystic Maya, help us.
Wait a minute. Maya?
I read somewhere that you were holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom. That must have been really something. Although weird is par for the course with you.
A courtroom? Blew up. That's it. There is a courtroom we can use after all.
Okay, time's up. Too bad. Any last words you'd like to say to her?
Aura, please don't add to the crimes you've already committed.
So you know who I am, do you? It wasn't like I was trying to keep it a secret anyway.
We're ready to start the trial. We can hold it in the ruins of courtroom number 4. The one blown up by the bomber.
Oh, what a wonderful idea, Mr. Nick.
I never would have thought of that. Astonishing trial in an astonishing location. I guess it's only befitting. I'll go get the place ready right away. I didn't exactly pick the place for its astonishing factor. How about it? Are you ready to have your brother's innocence proven?
My brother. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I forget to mention? It's not Simon you'll be defending.
What? Not Prosecutor Blackwell.
I indict Athena Sykes on the charge of murdering her own mother. You'll be defending the little princess there, the one behind the glass.
What?
See you in that mountain of rubble you've chosen for our courtroom, Mr. Wright. What is she talking about? Athena? Of course. Why didn't it ever occur to me before? If Prosecutor Blackwell is innocent, somebody else had to have been the true culprit. Did I kill my own mother? No. No!
No way. It can't be true.
Mr. Nick, what's the matter?
I see 5 black psych locks. I've seen these kinds of locks before. Dark, black locks protecting a secret hidden deep inside a person's heart. And there's no way to remove them. And with that, that is going to be where we end for tonight. So thank you all so much for watching. I hope that you enjoyed. I hope to see you here tomorrow for probably the end of this game, because if I'm not mistaken, the way that this case is set up is that you get 2 trial segments, but it's 2 trial segments split by just a break rather than, like, it's trial 1-1 and 1-2. Exclamation point Discord if you want to join the Discord, exclamation point socials, y'all know the drill. I ping everyone when I go live on the Discord if you need a more accurate ping than the Twitch ping that's not at all accurate 99% of the time. Or at least it's not. It takes a bit to send most of the time. But otherwise, Give me just a moment, and we will find someone to raid. It's probably going to be Sin, because of course it's going to be Sin. Okay. Let's see who is available. That is the wrong button. Yeah, we're gonna go poke Sin. So yeah, thank you all so much for watching. I hope that you enjoyed. I hope to see you here, tomorrow for probably the finale of Dual Destinies. I would assume that it's going to take the whole stream time, but I will prepare something just in case. Well, okay, knowing me, I'll probably forget, but I will try to remember to prepare something just in case. You know how it goes. I got a couple of Mario 64 hacks that I can pull out of my ass. It's a very impressive ability. But yeah, have a good one, and take care.